Shooter.
This, this is why you learn the type matchups.
That's the thing. Like this one's a one shot, this one's a balance, and then this one is balance. I don't have a rushdown character at higher tier. Because if I did, it would be Giovanna or it'd be Chip. But I don't know how to play Chip. Chip is too much movement.
Oh, I see that new artwork. Is it not? Yeah. Maybe that's just the first time I saw it.
Zato actually beats me super hard. Just
I'll take
You'll
it.
never catch me alive.
I have to chase you out of the castle, you bitch. It's my house. Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
I saw you.
I see nothing.
hell no.
You going to?
I'm good.
And I'm dead.
Howard.
Zato is so unfair.
Went to it not too long.
Light strip. There's in two.
There's nostalgic value.
The box.
I'm dead. What I'm saying, dude.
Congratulations.
Fuck boy. Oh right, you're live. Shit.
Well, it's
Man.
already been the first 7 seconds. Come
Ah, harem outfit. Let's see.
on, look on board art.
I have returned. I'm guessing
Welcome
we're
back.
live.
We are live.
Ah,
Live.
Just resist the temptation to give into your dark side.
Let the hate go.
No, let the spice flow.
Let the spice flow.
Listen, Agib.
He's an Al-Gaib. What deep? Really sounding word. Alexu.
Ooh.
Indeed, Requiem.
Lost.
Thrusters.
You know where they
do.
Nice.
Ho-ho!
You can say that because they can't hear you. Technically, the thruster goes on the side ports, doesn't it?
Oh, that was unfortunate. That you.
Dame, dame, dame.
Why are you singing Full Metal?
Hmm?
Tiamat, Tiamat McCrit Cap. Have fun, door pants.
Oh,
では前に出ます。
Hello, chat. Okay. I did just get the tweet live. Do me the favor. Go give it some love. Let me grab you guys today's sauce. Actually, I think I am good to go on that front. Hello, everybody. I brought the Doritos. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Damn. Kentucky woman arrested and charged after destroying an ex's car with glitter in the air conditioning and salt in the engine. That's fucked up. And like, on one hand, like she's smiling in the mugshot, and it's like on one hand, it's like, yeah, I bet you feel really good about it now. Just wait till you get that bill. That's not gonna go well. Salt is the universal equalizer? Yes. Here is today's artwork. If I can find the right tab, there it is. Enjoy. Gonna wait until 10th anniversary before I challenge the Olga fights. I don't blame you. We won't be doing Olga fight tonight, but yeah, I mean, I literally, I don't blame anybody for waiting. There's really no penalty for not, and the longer you wait, the better your account gets. So the more you potentially stave off frustration at being unable to defeat it. So, but yeah, if you guys didn't see, hunting quests are over. We have the Olga fight, and we also got sort of the like missions that you guys still might have to do if you haven't done them. So again, take a look at your like singularity based missions. You might have to go run some in each of the first 3 singularities and such. You may have to complete story if you haven't done that. Make sure you guys get that done. I think there's only like 3 days left in that, so it is what it is. And it does have 23 months until it needs to be done. Yeah, and I mean, I would argue while there are rewards for completing it, need is still kind of relative. Particularly the, like, how should I put this? Like if you're not gonna grand a beast, then you technically don't need to. Like, you will be losing some quartz from not doing it. But there's no like, oh my god, I gotta do this, right? And I assume that even then, eventually it will be available. So, or sorry, it'll stay available. So like, eventually you can get the job done. Those platinum unlockers are a need, though. Oh yeah, no, I get it. Like, I'm not telling you not to do it so much as I'm telling you there's no like pressing need. You could definitely take your time. It is what it is, and you should be fine. Unbeast the beasts, yes. Thankfully, the first Olga isn't difficult. Personally, the first two are not that difficult. Like, the third one is the most difficult. The fourth one, I guess, like, maybe depending on your account, the fourth one might be more difficult, but I think most people found the fourth one to be not as difficult as the third. So, it is what it is. But, I mean, I'm going to state this again and again and again for you guys. You will see people that will try to state that these fights are easy. Allow me. The Olga fights are the hardest fights in the game. Prove me wrong. There is no other fight in the game that tests your account as much as Olga. Like, we can talk about various other bottleneck fights, but Olga's the one that actually forces it. Ort, maybe? No, not even Ort. Bugged King Hassan CQ, not as hard. Yeah, I would argue Ort is significantly easier than Olga. And that's why, like, I saw somebody say this the other day. It's like, oh, like Chernunas is the most difficult fight in the game. It's like, don't get me wrong, he is. He is very difficult, but he is not the most difficult in the game anymore. I literally could just point to it and say that it's like, no, I actually think that that the Olga fights are the most difficult thing in the game right now. It's just the sheer amount of stats she has. Yeah, a lot of it's stats, but it's like you need 10 different team comps. Sorry, hold on. You need 10 different team comps. You have to use different CEs for each and every one, which means that you need an extremely robust like roster of craft essences and fairly well developed groups of units. So to me, I think these are the most difficult. Chernunas, you can at least use blue cubes. Yes. Yeah. I think, like, if someone wants to argue that Chernunos is a bigger issue because he is a main story fight, I can hear that argument. But that's pretty much the only way that I would say he's actually more difficult. I didn't realize the CEs were a thing. That's a big surprise. Yeah, it's pretty rough in that regard. Or just less hard and more tedious, pretty much. And actually, like, especially if we're talking like the raid, I'm gonna be real with you guys. The raid is not that difficult. You can maybe argue like his final form is more difficult than anything the raid throws at you. And the only reason for that is because there's so many break bars there. Technically, you'll probably just win if you get to the final break bar, but you have to get through so many just to get to that point. Yeah, there's plenty of people that beat LB7, but not Olga yet. Yeah, I think they said, chat. So, of the active player base, 40% has beaten Olga in all of its forms. And I think they said, was it like 25% have not even beaten Olga 1. Now, there may be various different things in this. Like, I don't know if this just includes people that have the fights unlocked. I don't know if this includes the entire player base, but that is, I was both surprised at how many people have completely cleared it, and also like not surprised at all by how many people have not even beaten the first fight. It's impossible for a new account to win the Olga fight. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to help your account in it, but it just is what it is. And chat, you guys are now coming to the point. You have the first one. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we get the second one before the year end. I'm trying to remember exactly when we got, I think it was Water Olga. So I think it goes, it's Fire, Water, Earth and then Wind. And Earth and Wind are the kind of actually hard ones. Second one's after OC2? Okay, so it's not till next year then. That's my bad then. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope so too. Olga fights are a super late game thing you need to get lucky with or spend a lot. Yeah, no, that's kind of my point, right? Like, I think it's like, to me, that is understood, and I totally get it. But that's also why I'm going to say it's like, it just is the hardest fight. I actually think so. I think if you remove the craft essence, like you can only use one craft essence of each type. I think if you remove that restriction, the fight is a lot easier. It's still harder than Ort, but I think it's a lot easier. The only way a new account to beat them is wailing through grand duels and get as many servants as possible. Even if you wailed through the grand duels, you would likely still be way too stuck. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like yeah, I mean, like maybe you can get it online. Like I still have not gone back to look at like how the person that cleared all the way through Ordeal Call 4 in like 52 hours did it. And like what what they like what their strategy was basically for it. I assume they kind of just took support carries for the majority of it. I assume they probably abused certain things like welfares, kind of like how I have. But there's also a point where I gotta be like, I'm actually surprised that they managed to do it that fast, per se. You can start stacking a bunch of K-scopes and black grails if you have them. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I think it's the if you have them, that's kind of the issue, right? But also, like, yes, if you had, say, 2 K-scopes, well, if you try to go into the Olga fight, you can only use one. You can't use the second one. So that kind of causes a major restriction, because it means that, like, you have to have a very developed roster of craft essences as well, which I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to go ahead and assume that most players do not. Will you do a Google document of the Olga fight? Just being candid here, no, because I don't have time. That's one of those deals where it's like, I think the first 2 Olga fights, we did them on stream, so you can probably find them somewhere back on my VOD channel. But I did not actually like record very much for them because the first 2 were not exceedingly difficult. He did spam revives for time's sake, abusing glass cannons some fights. Yeah. So let me ask you this. Was it run like a speed run? Like when they say 52 hours, was this 52 hours of game time? Or was this 52 hours real time? Because I suspect it's 52 hours game time. Will I do a spreadsheet for Earth Olga? I don't know. I'd have to sit down and talk with Avalon on something like that. It's tough because like you could come up with stuff for that, but it would largely boil down to like instead just knowing what the weaknesses of each wave are. Game time? Yeah, that's what I suspected. So did they like pause the timer if they were loading? Did they like pause it at various points where even though they're still in the game, it's like it's not considered playing the game? No pausing, just pause when you went to sleep. Okay. Yeah. I'm just curious because like if it was 52 hours with pauses like each time you load, I would have been like, bro, yeah, that's not even impressive. Like, but if it's 52 hours like nonstop with only that downtime. That's a little bit more impressive, but I would also argue it definitely belies maybe the real truth, which is, chat, how much time do you actually spend playing FGO a day? And that, when you start thinking about that, becomes kind of crazy. It's like, yes, you could definitely get somebody else that could probably follow what the person did, but you one have to have the technical knowledge to do so, and two, you basically understand that that time that it's going to take you is going to be a lot longer. He didn't beat any record as far as I saw. Yeah. Avalon returned from Avalon. I guess no reception is the deal breaker. Yes. We do also have to at some point get back to the new player count on this channel as well. I actually need to do story for one of the missions, and the only reason I've been holding off is because I honestly, chat, this has been some of the like busiest moments of my life. Like, not in the sense of like oh, it's like tax season and I have no time. Just busy in the sense of like I am constantly juggling stuff right now, and it's been kind of wild. Speedruns that exceed a certain amount of time allow for allotted sleep time because it's important to prioritize health. Oh, I'm not arguing that. Like, I'm not arguing and saying like the guy shouldn't take a break. He should, right? The reason that I'm pointing that out is that 52 hours of game time is a lot more real life time. A lot more. Way more for most people, right? Like, the speedrunner's going to sit there no lifing it. The average player will spread that out over weeks, if not months. IRL is stressful. It is. So I told you guys last week the whole escapades with the car and everything. And I went to go drop the car off, or sorry, pick it back up on Friday. Or sorry, no, I think we picked it up Thursday. So maybe I told you guys this, but we picked it up Thursday, and the guy was like trying to tell me, he's like, "Oh yeah, we they almost didn't let you cancel the repair on the rear differential because that was going to cost me $3,000." And he was like, I went to the department and told him, was like, what do you mean? It's like it's not even due in for another week still. And I'm like, motherfucker told me it was going to be 3 to 5 days, and at the time he tells me this, it had already been basically 3 days of them having it. And it's like, oh, it's a week from there. So I'm like, and he's like, I went and talked to my manager and I got them to cancel it anyways. He said it was okay. And I'm like, so you're either lying to me and telling me the story right now, or you were lying to me in the beginning with the estimate of time. And I'm like, it's probably the former, but in this case, I know it's the latter because this guy was just scummy as all shit, and it was trying to like save face and make me think it's like, oh yeah, I'm only doing this because, you know, like I want you to buy a car from us. Chat room streaming IRL. Yep. Let's say you only play an hour a day. That's around 1.5 months. Right. Yeah. And it's like, I think a lot of FGO players might play more than that, especially in the beginning. Right. But it is what it is. I guess all I'm trying to say is that it's not that you can't replicate what somebody else did, just that it would take a long time. And that's somebody that, as you guys saw, they functionally min-maxed it, right? Video quality drops whenever you use Huyan's NP. Yeah, it's probably the bitrate can't handle it. And that's both in-game and out. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but you essentially get screen tearing whenever you use her NP because it's just so damn fast. The I'm really doing you a favor strat. Yes, he tried that. Like I said, he kept pushing me to find out how much the offer on my car was, which, by the way, chat, the trade-in value of my car was $5.5 grand on a 20-year-old car. And my mom was getting on to me for not maintaining the car well enough. It's like, what, Mom? It's funny because when they came back with the offer, I just looked at my mom and I was like, but I also, like, again, I spent like $300 before we traded it in to get it detailed and everything. So, like, it looked good. It looked like it was not a 20-year-old car. So, gotten 5.6, yeah. Are the 3 quests you have in LB7 the costume quests? Probably, if I had to guess. Like, that is quite literally the only thing that's there. Because I think I've done every single free quest. Oh wait, no, we have new ones, don't we? Oh fuck. What's the new ones? I know I never touched this one, so I doubt that one's that important. Oh, and then we have other stuff. God damn it, dude. I got so much crap I gotta do. It's Bart. Is it just like a 2 million HP Bart? Was the Beowulf one always there? I don't think so, but maybe. It's just Bart, right, chat? All right, everyone say goodbye to Bart. I largely ignored them outside of the shell node. Yeah, I'm very much the same way. Like, you guys will see from each batch, there's like one good node usually, and whether or not you need to do the node is another thing entirely. Whee! Of course, I only get the one card. Little pre-card. Actually, I guess I didn't need to. I should have postcarded. Whatever. There are times where I sit there and I go like, yeah, I guess I'll pre-card. And then I'm like, wait, no, I had a Mighty Chain. Why did I do that? Like, my brain resets to old methodology. Oh, what's up, Thomas? Is this the Rider statue? I think so. I'm just doing the one clear of it. Like, yeah, there you go. Damn. I'm so glad I did this run. I was so close to running out. Who do I think they'll release on final chapter? What do you mean? Like unit? That really depends. I like, in a weird way, right? I think we all assumed that Olga was coming out there, but I think the final chapter is like low-key anyone's guess. And there's numerous characters it could be, and we'll just have to see if they actually give them to us. Was there a new unit during Solomon? Yes, Merlin. Wouldn't surprise me if we got like Abe no Seimei or something at that point, because I've heard the Trubs theory for a long time on Abe no Seimei, and while it does sound like it's like always copium to a degree, chat, you guys got to understand that the theory craft on Abe no Seimei is that there are parts that need to be like unlocked. And we keep getting more and more things that deal with him and are getting unlocked. So it would not surprise me to see like him be who actually shows up in a similar method to like Merlin coming out during Solomon. Guacia, Galahad are popular guesses. Yeah, and that's like, to me, I'll just say like all of those are all possible. Like anything is possible because it's the conclusion of Arc 2. And if you think it's an obvious guess, it may be. Like it may be too obvious. So I don't know. It was the same thing where it's like, Cad, who do you think's going to be the anniversary unit? And like me and several other people were all convinced that Olga was so obvious that Olga was going to be a welfare and that there was going to be an actual different anniversary unit. And then it was like, oh, it's Olga. And we're like, worst kept secret ever? It's like, it's not like any of us were like, oh no, how dare they use Olga? It was just like, okay, I guess there was no secret. It just, there was no strategy to this. It was Olga. It was always Olga. We could get a Maris Murray pseudo. Yeah, I like dead serious. I think like any character that is unreleased, that is prominent in the story, I think they're all possible. So. And that's why you'll see me doing something like being like, hey, I wonder if Abe no Seimei will come, just purely out of like, it's not the most obvious thing. Sometimes the most obvious choice is obvious for a reason, you know? Oh, I know. I'm well aware. It's just like, it's one of those deals where I guess us veterans especially have gotten so used to them like baiting and switching and like rug pulling and like trying to hide stuff in plain sight and everything. So it's like you begin to like develop this like layered theory craft about things where you go like, well, this is the obvious choice. This is pretty obvious. This is the dark horse. And then like nobody is thinking about this. And it's like, it really just depends on your philosophy as to like which one of those you think it is. I think they could do another Artoria. I will point this out privately, chat. And I'm sure to some of you guys, this will fall on deaf ears. This will not seem like it has any merit. But privately, I have expressed my frustration that no part of this anniversary dealt with Artoria, and no part of summer really dealt with Artoria. And I know that's like people are like, oh yeah, it's another saber face. Yeah, Cad just can't be content. Like, to be fair, it has kind of been this way, where at big moments it is Artoria. So did I expect it? Yes. Yes, I did. I actually did. Artoria Summer did show up for like one cutscene. Oh yeah. I'm just saying, like, she's not one of the release servants. She's not got a prominent role. Even if you go back and you look at like the anniversary like trailer that they put out, she's depicted twice in the trailer. One of which you just see her simply from behind. The other time you don't actually really get to see her face because she's just drinking with Merlin. And that's it. That's like that's literally some extent of like one of the IP's biggest characters and most famous characters. That's all she was involved with for 10th Annie. Whereas if you go back and you look at 5th Annie was like Artoria's anniversary. So to a degree, I actually thought they would do it again for 10th Annie. Just as like she's the sort of the iconic character of the game, right? Like, yeah, they'll probably like pull her up and be like, hey, we did it again, right? Like, it's 10th Annie, woohoo. But so like I said, privately, I feel a little miffed about this. And to validate myself, chat, to like dead serious, to validate myself, they did crack a pretty nasty joke with the Fujimaru doesn't understand final episode, where they pointed out these two don't have a summer outfit and they made fun of it. And so everybody was like, oh, yeah, okay, that means they're finally getting one. We're finally getting it this year. And then they didn't. So now I look at that and chat. When part 2 ends, if we have not gotten a saber face, particularly if we have not gotten Lalter, I am going to be the first person out there screaming, saying, you can't do this, Nasu. You can't end it like this, because he did bait and switch us at that point. Saber's the poster girl of one of them. No, I mean, like, she literally is the poster girl. She is the game's icon, right? But yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna say like other people can't have good stuff and everything, but privately, yes, I'm a little miffed. I'm a little bit bummed out by it. If you guys have wondered why I haven't really rolled summer, that is why. Like, I did not really much care for the units that were released. Like, some of them are like, I kind of like it, but I actually think the banner pairings are pretty atrocious, for me at least. So it's like, I'm not trying to like yuck someone else's yum here, but like, this is probably, it's close. It's between this one and Summer 5 for what my most disappointing summer is. And personally, I feel like it's Summer 5, but this one is fairly close to it. I don't know, man, it feels like they replaced her with Castoria as the poster girl. No, literally no. Because Artoria is the game's actual physical icon. Like when you press the button to boot up FGO, you press Artoria, right? Like, that's what we mean when we say she is the poster girl. But yeah, I mean, has Castoria been more prominent? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that goes back to the whole, are the devs like prioritizing FGO specific stuff over older stuff? Yes, absolutely they are. And that's been a thing for years. Each banner, I only cared about one unit each. Yeah, it was kind of like that. Like, I do like this final banner, and I thought, like, when they announced it, I was like, the final banner is probably the one I'll roll. And it's looking like that's going to be the case here, so. Summer Shiki only had one Summer Ascension. Yep. Sucks, doesn't it? Like, I hate how they do that. I get it, but I hate how they do that. I think they're overly concerned about not making it a like Coomer game, and like, I'm dead serious at this point. I would almost rather see like the Nikkei devs or something take over the Fate IP and just make it into a complete Coomer game, because I know some people wouldn't like it, but it really does feel like at times that we are getting like robbed because of their stance. Hellfire, thank you for the 47. Miss Crane almost has no swimsuit ascension. Yeah. Personally, I really loved Huyan, Lip, and Tiamat. Like I said, my favorite so far is Huyan. That's one of the reasons I'm using her profusely in the event. Okay, now hold on, chat. Let me... So we got 3 free quests in first singularity, second singularity, third singularity. Challenge any high difficulty quest on the Bleached Earth one time. Okay. And Bleached Earth free quests. Looks like 9 times. And Olga Marie. See, like... So you will, if you don't do the Olga fight, you will miss out on certain rewards like this. But it's like, okay, it's 1 quartz, it's 10 stardust, and it's 5 embers. Honestly, the biggest thing there is technically the Stardust, but it's only 10. Like, it's not that huge of a deal, in my opinion. I wouldn't mind getting 2 more Saber faces, for example, Lancer Alter face. If she was to get a swimsuit, make her a Moon Cancer or Pretender, yeah. What if only 2 classes that don't have a Saber face in them? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like bad at this point that it's like, oh, I just want more Saber faces because people, I know people have been waiting a long time. Like dead serious. People have been waiting a long time for stuff. And here's the thing I'm going to say. To back up CAD, when my friend told me about FGO, he said Arturi is the Pikachu of FGO. See, like, I would argue it's not, but it is what it is. But, like, I don't know. Too many Moon Cancers now? Actually, no. You have the exact same amount of Moon Cancers as you have Pretenders. And they are tied for the 2 least classes in the game, besides, obviously, Shielder. If she was, she would be in everything. Yeah. And, like, in that regard, they don't overuse Arturi. In fact, Arturi gets very little time. Like, I will be flat out honest with you guys. Now, say, despite the sheer number of Saber faces rarely actually receive story centricity. Like, they're rarely actually, like, the focus of anything. Honest to God, at this point, I would argue, like, Morgan and Castoria have gotten far more face time than any other Saber face. In fact, I would argue you could probably combine all other Saber faces and it would still fail to beat these 2. He really just meant it's the face of FGO. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It's just like if we start taking it literally, it's like, yeah, I don't think she's actually the Pikachu, but yeah, like the face of it, yes, I do believe she is. But no, I feel bad asking for Saber faces at this point, but at the same time, and I'm gonna say this, I do to a large degree feel like people like me that are Saber face lovers have largely kept the game afloat. We're not the sole reason, but I think we are a big reason that FGO has been as profitable as it is and as successful as it is. If they started releasing other faces, would other people carry the franchise as much? There's definitely some mentality to that. However, I think to counter this, I would counter with the amount of people that I have seen that go like, oh, I like Erish, but not Ishtar. Or, hey, I like, Parvati, but not Kama. I like Melt, but not Lip. Now, to be fair, I do also think that there are a good contingent of people that go, I like the alters and not the OGs. But it is what it is. Random face spam coming in 2027, the end of the Sakura faces era. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this, that I do feel like they have been on a pretty massive Sakura face train at this point. Like actually a pretty massive Sakura face train. And what's wild to me in this regard is that you still don't have the Sakura 5. You are still missing Violet, and they even talked about the fact that they were going to put Violet in and then they didn't. So it's like, I'm sure Violet will come at some point, but I'm also just going like, we've been on a Sakura face run, but the major part of it is that you keep adding like non-specific Sakura faces. You add like a new one that you made up for FGO, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just that I'm like, huh, that's actually surprising to me. Because basically it's like saying, we're not going to give the players what they actually want. We're going to give them something that they will want. They just don't know they want it yet. Which is an interesting take. I mean, I could argue that they've done that as well with the Saber faces, but it's a very interesting thing. Koyan doesn't even count as one of the Tamamo 9s, so need more tails. Listen, that's bullshit. Like, what you said, the first half, completely true. The last half, the logic is flawed. We need more Tamamo tails because these don't count. And yet, I'm pretty sure just about every single Tamamo fan goes like, "Oh hell yeah, I love Koinskaya." Chat, you're right. You're right. The mysterious heroines aren't true Artorias because they're from the Servant verse. So I think we need more true Artorias. I can use that logic too, chat. Tamamo fans are inconstant. Completely agree with you. Sure, let's have a Chibi Lion King Arturia 3-star rarity. Honestly, I'd love that. I don't know. I don't want to like sit there and say other people that have been waiting for years can't get the stuff that they want. I just like I look at some of the stuff and I go like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, why are you making the choices that you make? But it is what it is. Now, I will say, social media wise, based off the reactions to my videos that I create and the tweets of tweeting them out, I can tell which characters are popular and which ones are not. And I can tell you there are at least 2 characters that are far less popular in this summer event. And I'm not going to tell you which. Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Yeah, that's kind of my point, right? Like, it's... I feel like Tamamo fans want to like argue back and forth on the status of Koinskaya, but the fact of the matter is that because they will argue so much on Koinskaya, it means that Koinskaya is just an honorary Tamamo, like, for obvious reasons. In the same way that like chat, I will argue about blah 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 oh my god, my brain. Yamato. So it's like, at the end of the day, they could not put the saber face designation on Yamato, but I'm going to still treat it as a saber face. Putting Shiki's not popular is insane. I didn't say it was Shiki. Which one is the most popular this summer? I can't say yet because I haven't released the last 3. Well, sorry, the last 2, but... arguing that Vitch isn't a Tamamo is like saying Castoria isn't an Artoria because she's from a Lost Belt. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. And yet, let me be real with you guys, chat. I have actually unironically seen people that are like, I like Castoria and not Artoria. those people are why gatekeeping exists. And you guys know I'm not a huge fan of gatekeepers, but those people are why gatekeeping exists. Cat, don't gatekeep. I know, I'm just saying. Can't be Crane. Cat's video isn't out yet. Has to be of the first 4. Yeah. Okay. Chat, let me get in here, do some of these free quests real quick, get the AP down. Shouldn't take me very long. We can just bonk our way through this stuff. Don Remy. You know, I should probably do something that's actually, like, decent, but... Unga de Bunga. Those people are not sane. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, right? Like, I can understand that it's maybe a, like, personality difference is why. But I'm also just gonna say that sounds like hating just to hate. And, like, people thinking their opinion matters too much. It's just, it is what it is. It's like people trying to be edgy for edginess sake. Most of those people probably never read the VN. Yeah, probably not. I would take it a step farther. I'd say most of those people have probably, like, never watched the anime. Those missions are in the first 3 singularities, right? Yes, which is perfect for the new player account. It just finished these missions today. It does have to do the story missions, though. Hot, important take. Jekyll is the best unit in the game. Maybe for you. Fate Route remake win? Honestly, I don't think they'll ever do it. I would love to be wrong, but I don't think they'll ever do it. I think at that point, a lot of that stuff is just... It may be like contractual obligations. It may be lack of a studio. Lord knows it may just be a Nasu holdup because good God, look at like how long it's taking them to get out Strange Fake and stuff. I don't know if that's on Narita as well, but it feels like as an IP, Fate is just so fucking dysfunctional nowadays. And then people are going to sit there and they're going to be like, it's because of FGO. And I'm going to be like, really not. It just I think it's a lot of factors. I think it's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, FGO takes up some time, but I think it's like Nasu and his like ability to stay on task and not jump all around. I think it's again like things like the macro state of the anime industry and anime studios and their busyness. And I think it's also stuff like maybe the willingness of the partners to like aid and assist in these sorts of things. Like I imagine to some degree that like Aniplex doesn't do very much actually to help Nasu on his day-to-day running of things. Strange Fake doesn't exist at this point for me. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way, that until it starts getting actually like how should I put it, like regular releases, I'm not gonna watch Strange Fake. I think the bad handling of Strange Fake anime hurt how many people rolled for Strange Fake Saber also. I don't think so, because I think a lot of people rolled for him. I think if anything hurt him, it was probably just the sheer fact that he is yet another Buster AoE saber. Like nothing other than that. Because I saw people like gushing over his Final Ascension art and stuff. They keep asking which FGO story we'd like to have an anime, just to do nothing with it. Yeah, I think there may be something up with that. I think they may be like actually interested in trying, and like I was saying before, it's like maybe just due to the macro state of things, they cannot secure an opening, and they keep asking to make really sure of their choice, but they can't seem to get an actual opening with a studio. And because of that, I think that's kind of what's going on. Fuck it, give me Castor. I don't think they would do LB6 justice. My biggest issues with LB6 are that it has plot holes. I cannot imagine that getting better with having less time to explain the story. So it's like, to a degree, it would be really epic to see it animated, but would the story fall apart? I don't know. You would need 48 episodes to do LB6. Yeah, I think so too. And I think that's also part of the issue is Fate naturally wants a lot longer of a like season to like adequately tell the story. And I think studios are unwilling to commit to that. And that's why you keep seeing this stuff where it gets like 12 episodes and then maybe it gets renewed. So I think that's kind of what's going on here. I don't know if that'll be strong enough. It would have been strong enough, damn it. LB7 has Jurassic Park appeal, yeah. I'd rather see an LB5 anime, honestly. It was such a good lost belt. To a degree, yes. I think like in terms of animation, I think LB5 would be much better suited narratively. But does UFO Table still work on Fate? Allow me. UFO Table works on this. And UFO Table works on nothing else. UFO Table does not work on the MiHoYo movie that they have promised. UFO Table does not work on the Genshin Impact anime that they have promised. UFO Table doesn't do shit. And they are dragging out Demon Slayer as long as possible. Yeah, Cloverworks was Babylonia. Demon Slayer giving him the big bag. It feels like it at times. The Genshin trailer was so long ago, Lamau. Yep. I think like at this point there is just a queue for Demon Slayer to end, and then like finally the studio will work on a second project. And I think that's it. It's that simple. Do you think Fate would have been like in the hands of Studio Trigger? I think the action scenes would have been amazing. I think the story aspects would have been pretty poor. They break their own record with each Demon Slayer movie. Yeah, it's like, it's so wild because it's so obvious to me that they are just milking it. And I totally don't blame them and understand. But also at the same time, I'm just like, man, feels bad. Wish we could have gotten them involved with Nasu again. Like, to a large degree, Nasu probably should have never given them the, like, tip to go ahead and use Demon Slayer. Two movies to go, so 2 years at most. Who said that, like, the final movie was going to be one movie? What if they split it into 3 parts and they call it The Final? Where have we heard that before? You'll find I am very pessimistic at this point about some of these IPs. Attack on budget, yep. It's just, it is what it is. Anime only sequel. What about Demon Slayer Next Generations? God, I hope not. Probably gonna animate the 3 novels of KNY too. Yeah, it is what it is. At this point, I think if you're a Fate fan and you would like to see UFO Table, give up. That's the only thing I can tell you, because I think, unfortunately, Fate fans kind of have a complex about UFO Table at this point, because they've done such a good job with Fate. But I think I'm dead serious when I say this, that people do need to actually just give up and assume that you are not getting it. And then if it does happen, you can go, oh my God, it's happening, and you can be pleasantly surprised. And I'm telling you this basically for your own sanity. It's more likely to be Cloverworks or A1 than UFO Table, pretty much. Yeah. As cope as it is, can we get Ghibli? I feel like that'd be peak. Ooh, I don't know if you can get Ghibli, but you might be able to get like some people online, like doing AI versions of Studio Ghibli style to make a like Fate thing. That you could probably do, even on a budget. I don't mind Cloverworks. I don't mind A1. A1 does all of the FGO commercials, and I think they're fine. But that's why I say it's like, for years, I think FGO fans have kind of had a like an obsession with UFO Table, and it's not been a healthy one because it's caused us to criticize other things that like weren't probably as worthy of the criticism. Everybody just compares everything to Cloverworks at this point. Or not Cloverworks, UFO Table. Who did Case Files? Good question, actually. I don't know. At least not off the top of my head. I was happy when they finished Heaven's Field. If they don't do anything else, that's fine. Yeah. Troika, whoever that is. Honestly, Case Files was fine, other than the decision to start partway through Case Files. Like they started partway through the actual story rather than at the beginning. I think that decision was incredibly stupid, because I think Case Files could have been a long-running, very successful anime. But they done fucked it up. Didn't need to do that, but whatever. At this point, I'm just pressing buttons. All their slice of life are top. They did Al Noah Zero and Bloom into you. Okay. For Troya. Yeah, sorry. If it thinks it's a link, it's gonna delete it. So that's why. Case Files would have been a great show. It really would have. And I'm not gonna say like the anime that we got is bad. I think it's fine. It's just I think, unfortunately, for better or worse, the greatest disservice that the Fate IP has done itself anime-wise is not telling complete stories. What do I mean? Just literally them sitting there and going, I know, we'll do an anime in the middle of Case Files. I know, we'll do a movie for the 6th singularity and an anime for the 7th singularity. Like you're skipping parts. And that makes it very difficult for a new person to get in. People will sit there and they'll be like, oh, what's the best place to start Fate? You can start with anything you actually want to. The problem is Fate doesn't do a good job of actually onboarding people. It just assumes you already know. It assumes you've already watched everything else. And I think that is their biggest issue. So you're telling me it's not worth watching Case Files since they shoved the story up their ass and changed it? No, I actually think the Case Files anime is pretty good. And I'm dead serious. If you haven't read the light novel, you'll actually be like pretty surprised by like the outcomes. I'm somebody, you guys know, if you've ever been to a movie night with me or an anime watching marathon, you know that I can like sit there and predict what's going to happen over and over and over and over again. I call these things out like crazy to the point that it annoys people because I can just sit there and predict what's going to happen. And I thought I had Case Files absolutely predicted, and I got it absolutely wrong. So I have to give them credit for that because they actually baited me. The entire time when you're watching the Case Files anime, they use really big words to make things sound really complex, and it feels like they're truly trying to be like smarter than they actually are. But they are that smart. Oh shit, I didn't stagger the cards. You watch enough shit, you can tell where a story goes. Yeah. And I think that's part of the reason for that sort of thing, and like why I wasn't able to predict it is just due to the sheer fact of like, if there's one thing Nasu is really good at, and I'm sure this translates over into other writers writing with him, Nasu is very good at telling mysteries because Nasu is a mystery enthusiast. He has read the Sherlock Holmes novels. He knows the generic like mantras and ideas behind telling a detective thriller. And so he's good at it. He can absolutely like do something you don't expect. Compared to most other writers are so damn predictable. Case Files is about misdirection in every sense. Yeah. And it feels it. Like, To be fair, I started with Babylonia, and even though I didn't understand 40% of what was going on, it got me to pick up FGO. Yeah. And like, you'll still have, people that'll happen to. It's just, to me, it's like they do themselves a disservice when they don't actually onboard you well, because instead of it just being you, it might have been you and the person next to you and the person on the other side of you. Like maybe 3 of you come in instead of just 1 of you, right? But it is what it is. I think when you tell a complex, convoluted story, you have to have some setup, you have to have some explanation. And, like Babylonia, for instance, it had some. I would contend it did not have enough. I would contend that they didn't do a good job of actually, taking care of it in that regard. All right, chat. One more run here, and then we should be good to go. I'll start with the analyses. I know that's what you guys are really here for. Nobody's here to actually watch me roll. Nasu is a true genius because he is actually a very weird person. That's a trademark of geniuses. They're very particular. You don't have to be weird to be good at your craft. But I think if you're weird, if you go against the grain, if you don't just do things the way society wants you to do, it's a sign of your independence. It's a sign of your maybe creativity. And I think those are very good indicators of a person who will be successful as a writer or an artist. You have to think outside the box. You have to think for yourself. And if you don't, you will never develop anything good. You will just develop the same things as other people. They were remotely accurate? Oh yeah, Angora. And to be fair, it's one of those where with each little story thing that they put out, you become more and more capable of unraveling it and figuring out what it is. But before that point, it becomes difficult. Joke's on you, I'm here for the apping. Thank you. It's nice to hear that people actually don't mind things that I have to say from time to time. I watched Fate Stay Night, but Fate Zero is what actually hooked me on Fate. So it's really funny, obviously my favorite character is Artoria, and people have a hugely negative opinion of Fate Zero because they don't like what it does to some of the characters, including Artoria. But I contend that of the Fate animes that we have, that Zero is actually the best for 2 reasons. One, it is just masterfully animated by UBW. It is their just actual point where I feel like they had all cylinders firing. They were really trying their hardest before they got embroiled in controversies and stuff like that. And 2, because it is the probably most accurate depiction of an actual Grail War that we'll ever really get in anime. In Zero, it actually feels like the Masters all have their own separate motives and intentions, and it feels like it's not a slice of life harem anime. So it's really cool to see that, and to see the high stakes and the seriousness of it. As much as I love Fate Stay Night. Hated the story in most of the mages. To me, that's a good sign, right? That means that the story made you kind of hate the mages. And that's a good thing. You shouldn't like the antagonists of a story. Maybe you can empathize with them a little bit, but you should understand it's oh, well, they're not good people necessarily, or maybe they're good people on the inside, but they're doing it in the wrong way. Fate Zero equal to adults doing a Grail War. Stay Night equals younger people doing a Grail War. Yeah. Well, I feel like in Stay Night, you have this concept of an alliance. And It is such a like naivety, and like to such the point that in Stay Night it is regularly called out as to like how stupid and naive it is. Versus in Zero, you have alliances. Those are literally just to try to get some dumbass to let us guard down so you can backstab him. Which is the more realistic depiction of it, at least with regards to you are in a no holds barred battle royale. Like, it doesn't mean that alliances can't exist in real life and stuff like that. It's just like the scenario means that you absolutely should trust no one. Zero is so brutal, yeah. Fate Zero's contract scene is wild. Yeah, no, that's like, in a weird way, Zero just ends up being my favorite anime. And I have major problems with the story of it. It's just like, to me, it's kind of what I imagine Fate kind of should be. Like, at least like the concept of the Grail Wars and how they should normally be fought. But with regards to the characters and who I like more and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, I like the Fate Stay Night characters more. I'll just be honest. Strange Fake felt similar to Zero to me when I was reading it, since it's a full-on Grail War, not a rom-com. It's a bummer we're only getting one chapter per year. Yeah, and I actually agree with you. I think, like, in that regard, it's one of the reasons that I'm excited for Strange Fake. And I have been saying that Strange Fake is the key to like the Fate IP popping off for a new generation. And they are just absolutely bungling it. Absolutely bungling it. They just need to point it out or put it out. Yeah, I agree. Crazy action plots and they're wasting the potential. Yep. I again, I will state this over and over and over again. I think that not releasing consistently, if I were somebody that was interested in watching Strange Fake, or somebody, no, sorry, if I were somebody that was in charge of Strange Fake, I think I would tell them, keep working on the episodes. Don't release them. Not yet. Because it feels like the issue behind the scenes is that like Cloverworks cannot commit. And actually I say it's Cloverworks, chat. Is it Cloverworks that's in charge of it? I think it's like 3 different studios from what I remember are kind of involved on this. Yeah, I think it's Cloverworks, A1, and MAPPA are all 3 involved. Three studios, 1 anime. They're all listed in the credits. So it's like, it's probably that like MAPPA's helping out with one portion, A1's helping out with another portion, Cloverworks is helping out. Or like, again, if chat's saying it's A1, then it's like A1's the main studio and Cloverworks and MAPPA are contributing. No wonder it's a mess. Well, I suspect what's going on, right, is whatever studio is in charge of it literally just has a full billing. And at the end of the day, they don't want to lose the Fate IP. So what they've said is, we will work you in as we can in between our full billing. Like, we will get like an episode done here and there. That's what I think is actually going on. And I fucking hate it. To some degree, there may be contractual obligations and it may be a sunk cost at this point. But if I were Nasu, I would be like, if you are not going to make me the center of your attention, I am pulling the plug and I will find a new studio. But I don't know. The holdup may be on Type Moon. It may be on Aniplex. It may be on who knows, right? Like, at the end of the day, I look at that sort of thing and I go like, this is just a plausible scenario that I can come up with for what I think is happening based off how we're being presented. But I still don't like it. I still don't think it's good. I still think that is a major issue. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. But running now. Analysis first of pulls. Yes, because I need to get these done because I'm already late. Whereas my rolls can wait. Yes, chat. I put your content ahead of mine. Yeah, it's like, we'll get to the rolls tonight if we can. If we are only able to do part of them, we'll just continue it tomorrow. That's the way I look at it. Dry. Face is numb. And spun out in my room. On my own, here we go. Sorry, chat. It's like opening them on the side screen, which is making this infinitely harder. There we go. We'll start out with Jeunesse Crane. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Perhaps I should do the entire review in French. Let's not do that. I do not think that people would be able to understand me and my thick French accent. Whenever I talk in French, I start rolling my tongue a lot, and I talk through my nose. And that's how you talk French, chat. God, you're obviously French. Why else would you have that silly accent? Well, you see, I'm definitely French by ancestry. No, it's not. Okay, guys, let's start banner number 3 here. So, first up, we have Jeunesse Crane, aka Miss Crane Summer version. Now, this one's interesting because she's coming to us as an AoE Arts alter ego. And frankly, I'm kind of surprised. I did not expect to see Miss Crane as a summer unit necessarily. I do believe I had her on my predictions, but this was one of those deals where I thought this was like a sneaky dark horse thing and not something that they necessarily would actually pull the trigger on, but they did. And I can definitely say she's deserving at this point. I think Crane is a very underutilized character, and when she does show up, people really like her. Now, to me, this is very interesting from the simple standpoint as well that our fantastic illustrator, Mr. Shaka P, who has done some fantastic craft essences, gets to finally draw this servant again. So getting her as a summer form, definitely nice. But how is Miss Crane going to function for you? Is she going to be a unit that you guys need? And how does she stand up against some of her competitors? We're going to go over all of that here in a second. But let's go ahead and let's start out with her raw stats. Then we'll get into the skills and the NP. And then we'll start looking at things like Noble Phantasm generation, damage numbers, you name it. So right off the rip here, you guys can see she actually has about 9.8k attack. This is really good for a 4-star. So definitely knocking on the door to 10k, and definitely a good thing because it means that even when you don't have your actual like steroids and stuff on with her, you will at least get a good chunk of damage out of her carding. HP, though, is a little bit more on the anemic side. That is going to be a little bit of a concern for her. It's only about 10k, so you got to watch out. Make sure you are taking adequate protection, but as an arts unit, should be pretty easy to do. Star absorption is actually a little bit higher than average. Star generation is pretty much right on target. She has Earth attribute. She has 0.37 NP charge attack rate, which is not too great, but you'll see why that is the case with her deck and her hit counts. She has 4% NP charge defense, 45% death rate, which is higher than average, much, much higher. So be very careful using her around death proccing units. She is a neutral good alignment. She is female gendered, has the animal characteristics trait, hominidae servant, humanoid, normal servant, summer mode servant, as well as weak to Inima Elish, rounding out her traits there. So not a whole lot to exploit, but things that are at least pretty standard nowadays on a lot of units. Looking at her deck, you guys can actually see she has a triple arts deck. It's kind of rare for us to get these nowadays. And frankly, it's kind of welcome to see because in a lot of arts compositions, one of the things that you may encounter, especially down the stretch, if you're in just a normal farming environment, you'll notice that you just have such an easy time of actually getting, like back to an NP. But what happens if the fight breaks down or you end up having to go the distance longer than 3 turns? That's where having triple arts can really just boost you because you're going to have a whole lot of opportunities for triple arts chains. And those can help you get back to the NP faster than you otherwise would. And it can also help other units contributing to the chain get back to their NP. And that'll actually be a big point that we will make on Tiamat here in the next video, but it's something to pay attention to for this one in particular, as she is an arts unit. As far as hit counts, all of them are above average, with the exception being the Buster and the extra attack, which has, I think, been the case on almost every single summer unit so far, which is kind of wild. But I think 3 arts cards at 4 hits, that's one of the reasons why you have a 0.37 NP gain rate. So let's look at her actual skills. And you guys can see here, she is a very party-centric unit. She has party-wide arts up for 3 turns of up to 20%, party-wide debuff immunity 1 time 3 turns, party-wide evasion 1 attack 3 turns, and increase the party's critical attack chance resistance for 3 turns, making it harder to crit the party. All of that on a 6-turn cooldown. Then we get to the second skill. This charges the party's NP gauge by 20%. It's also going to increase the party's NP damage for 3 turns by 20%. So we do have a lot of party centricity here. It's also going to increase the party's mental debuff success rate for 3 turns. And I want you to hold on to that because it's actually a very important part of her kit. And from there, it will increase the party's damage against enemies with a mental debuff status for 3 turns. So she actually has a 30%, up to 30% power mod against anybody that has a mental debuff. You guys can see them depicted there. And so there are a lot of opportunities for her to just kind of get more damage out of it. Should be noted, though, that stun is not in and of itself considered a mental debuff. This is actually basically the terror debuffs and things like that. So please understand it's not the same thing necessarily as like skill seal or stun. But yes, it is a really, really nice power mod to have, and it's one that you guys can easily exploit. It's not just going to affect her NP, it's also going to affect her attacks. And given the fact that it is a 3-turn buff, it's definitely going to be a good one. Now, all of that's on a 6-turn cooldown, but let's go to the 3rd skill. And you can see she has a 60% chance on this skill to charm all enemies. Guess what charm is? Charm is a mental debuff. So that will trigger the actual power mod from her 2nd skill. Better yet, the 60% chance can be made 100% by the mental debuff success rate that we just talked about on the 2nd skill. So she has the capacity within her own kit to easily sort of succeed and make it so that things are just kind of guaranteeable, assuming an enemy doesn't have debuff resistance built in or things like, again, debuff immunity. From here, she will also increase her own NP damage by up to 30% for 3 turns and charge herself 30% gauge. So this is where, kind of out of her entire kit, this is the only thing that's actually selfish. So in a weird way, this is going to make Crane good not only at like being the sole focus as a looper, but also in working with multiple other DPSs or supports and getting them to be protected, getting their charge up, getting their steroids up. That's going to make her a pretty flexible and adaptable unit. So she's definitely going to be very, very nice for this. From here, looking at her passive skills, she gets item construction clothes. So she gets a unique version of this, which increases the party's buff success rate by 6.5% while she's on the field. Presence acclimatization, which is another unique form of presence concealment. So instead of just getting the critical star generation rate of 20% here, we also get the reduction to her own critical attack chance resistance. So this means in countering the effect on her 1st skill, she actually is more susceptible to getting crit by enemies. But as long as you have that 1st skill up, that'll easily outdo this. But that is a demerit that she will have. So just understand that that's there. For her next passage, she gets a unique one called Summer Fields Forever. And it's while she is on the field, she will recover the HP of Midsummer Glow allies by 500 for every turn. And you can see what are Midsummer Glow allies. They are child servants or servants with the summer alignment or the summer mode servant trait. So this is really, really interesting, as this definitely has a wide range of things, but it's not a terribly strong heal. It's just something that's kind of there passively, which maybe combined with other healing effects could amount to a whole lot, but otherwise it's just a nice little thing there. From there, though, it will grant Midsummer Glow allies 3 critical stars as a regeneration buff per turn. So that's just going to be a nice thing. It'd be an easy way to increase stars per turn in a similar way to how Miss Crane's original form kind of has that. And it will increase the NP generation rate of Midsummer Glow allies by 10%. So now anybody getting used in conjunction with her that is either a child servant or a summer servant, herself included, will basically have the again additional 10% NP gains. So that's actually going to help out her refund numbers. Taking a look at her pen skills, to me, mana loading makes a whole lot of sense when we're talking arch loopers. Just getting that starting charge really going to be nice in certain scenarios, might help you start out with a better CE. But there are things like skill reloading and getting back to stuff faster that may be useful, or again, the critical damage append or the extra attack performance append. Interestingly enough, her 3rd append is actually somewhat synergistic. As an alter ego, she's already effective against the cavalry triangle, at least semi-effective. So having the extra 30% against caster specifically can be a benefit to you. So the question is, again, is this something that you have the coins for? But it could be very good, and it's worth mentioning for you guys, depending on how much you see yourself using Crane and in what scenarios you see yourself using her. Looking at her Noble Phantasm, it is a 4-hit Arts AoE NP, as we mentioned before, and it's going to remove all enemies' offensive buffs first. So that means no invuln pierce, no NP damage up, various steroids and things like that. They're all going to be gone before she uses this. It could be really good for stopping an enemy from maybe like piercing your defensive capabilities. From there, it will inflict confusion status for 3 turns to all enemies. And this is significant because it is a 30% chance to activate the debuff below for every turn, which is a skill seal for 1 turn. Here's the thing. The confusion status itself counts as a mental debuff. So this will, before her NP damage goes out every time, trigger her power mod. And that's a good thing to note because this will happen as you move through every wave. As long as the enemy doesn't resist it or isn't debuff immune, you will sit here and you will just be racking up power mod on everybody that you're hitting. So Crane's power mod numbers are actually her true baseline for most scenarios. And that's something to consider when we evaluate her numbers. From there, she will deal damage to all enemies, and then she will inflict critical damage resistance down debuff by 20% for 3 turns to all enemies, unless they are a Midsummer Glow unit. So again, a Child Servant or Summer Servants, basically. That's a little bit of an interesting thing to denote, is that she just does not want to deal extra damage to them, but it is what it is. Looking at her overcharge effect, this one's actually also kind of surprising, as it's, 1, not too hard to get overcharge in an Earth comp, and 2, this is an overcharge that actually stacks over 3 turns. It's going to activate before damage. It's going to give you arts up of a base of 10%, but even with 1 overcharge, it gets 15. With 2, it gets all the way up to 20. So you can see, getting this rolling and getting this stacking, you're actually going to get quite a bit of capability out of Crane's NP. Again, it's maybe one of those ones where people maybe looked at it and they weren't quite sure how the debuffs actually worked, but it is a very synergistic thing and very nice for her. So how does Crane's refund work then? Well, let's take a look. So on screen, you guys can now see this is going to be Miss Crane's refund numbers against first all classes, so like just normal neutral classes, then berserkers, which are the worst, then casters, which are the best to refund against. And you guys can see just the kind of wild gambit against neutral classes. She's averaging that 50% with 0 overkill hits. Again, this is 3 enemy waves, so it is what it is. But against something like berserkers, where she's not necessarily as effective for generating Noble Phantasm, she can still get up to like 40% base there, and at about 5 out of 12 overkill hits, which would be possible, you can manage to get 50%. So definitely not the easiest thing in the world, but for early waves, that would certainly be possible. And against casters, you guys can see, again, even at 0 out of 12 hits, she's already at 62%. So it's pretty much a no-brainer. You can't quite get her to a full 100% loop, but she's got charge baked into her kit, and most arts supports have some form of charge support with them. So I do think this is a pretty easy one, and this is just with double Castoria setups there for refund. So what does that mean? It means for all intents and purposes, your Miss Crane is going to be a Black Grail looper. So consider then the following, that when it comes to her capabilities, you can start her from 0 in most scenarios. If you want to make that a little bit easier, things like the mana loading can help. Any CE that is going to help you pump damage is going to be perfect for Crane. There may also be CEs that you might want to target, things like, like Honey Lake or anything else that can give invuln pierce to her might actually be really nice. So it really just depends. But basically, that's what I would go with, is just maximum damage output, unless you're facing odd structured nodes and you maybe think that you're going to need some starting charge. That's where something like Ocean Flyer can come in, or heck, maybe even a K-Scope if you're just really worried about the number of enemies, but you know you have the damage. So let's take a look at the actual charge compositions for you. You guys can see we have 4 setups here, and this is her kind of just as a solo unit working her way through the node. Basically, the first one here is a 2-2X neutral wave. She's still going to manage to work in this environment. Basically, 0% starting charge on the CE, just an unlocked mana loading append. We don't even need it like actually maxed out. And we're going to start off with all of Crane's charge. It's going to bring her up to 60%. Use the double Castoria, 20% charges there to get her the maximum MP gain. And then that's a really, really good way to start out. She'll refund about 40% there in wave 2. But then you can easily get her back to 100% with both Castorias. She'll refund 40% again in wave 3. And then Oberon fills in the remaining 70%. If we're looking at a 3-3X neutral, we don't even need the mana loading append, and we don't even need Oberon. We can maybe use someone like Waver now, who can get you the extra overcharge. There are some beneficial aspects to that. And you guys can see refund is going to be looking at about 48% on wave 2, 61% going into wave 3. From there, we also have another setup where this is just going to be dual support with no required third support here, and instead we use a mystic code like Fragment of 2004. So you can see that's going to rely on the NP gain from that. You'll want to pop that on turn 1 basically there, and that's also going to use a 50% C. But this works in an environment where you maybe just go like, hey, maybe I'm already having to use 50% C due to an event or something like that. And now I could just kind of go through and just use double support and not have to try too hard. Similarly, if we can get at least 4 out of 12 overkill hits in wave 2, we can also make just a setup of like Castoria, Nero Bride, and Shufu work. And again, that can be another scenario that allow you to work your way through this, though that will require the mana loading to kind of be maxed out for something like this. But again, you guys can see Miss Crane is a pretty versatile unit just in terms of like her being the focus. So now imagine working her into multiple damage dealer comps. Imagine her allowing supports to get to their NP and things like that. And I think you'll notice that this is a very, very valuable unit all around. Take a look at Crane's damage numbers now. Like, how is she going to stack up on her own? How is she going to, be able to compete with some of her competitors? This is where things are going to get a little interesting. You guys can see, again, this is just raw numbers only. No buffs from an additional support or a craft essence or a mystic code. Just neutral numbers under her own power and her own skills. You guys can see damage is okay. There's nothing particularly stellar about it. With the mental debuff, again, as we mentioned before, probably being a constant, it definitely shores up the numbers quite a bit. Looking at her in an actual comp now, you guys can see this is 2 times Castoria, Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail. This would be how you'd get kind of the most out of her there. And you guys can see wave 1 damage, not too great, particularly without the mental debuff. But if we are including the mental debuff, the numbers get significantly better. And you can see pretty much by wave 3, you're looking at about 250 to 270k there. Definitely not bad for NP1. And the numbers are only going to get higher as we start looking at NP2 and then even NP5. And the reason that we've put this all here is for comparative sake. So how does she stack up against the obvious comparable welfare, which is Tai Sui? He is another AoE arts alter ego. He also works from a Black Grail standpoint. And you can see Tai Sui at NP5 actually does some pretty stellar damage, particularly with his super effective damage against the man attribute. So to me, Tai Sui in the man attribute niche, pretty much unstoppable. Crane will not be able to beat him. But at NP5 on wave 3, Crane can basically beat him with just NP2 of herself. So without his niche in play, Crane kind of is the better unit, particularly even if we're not comparing things like the mental status. So there is a whole lot to go off of there, but Tai Sui is definitely free, and there's something to be said about that. But if you're already going to be rolling the banner for Tiamat, yeah, she actually does stack up pretty favorably unless Tai Sui is in his niche. Rasputin's another interesting one. To me, Rasputin is a little bit more of a challenge unit Not necessarily, your go-to farm or anything like that. But if we did want to 3-turn with him, if we did want to farm with him, you guys could see the comparable numbers here. He's only going to come out to about 254k there at NP1, but he does have that evil niche that really helps power him. So in that regard, you're looking at, again, him being significantly stronger than Crane, assuming that his niche is in play. And from there, you're going to be looking at probably NP3, NP4 of Crane to actually beat Rasputin in his niche. But it is what it is, and that is a 5-star, so you kind of understand. What is interesting, though, is that if you get more NP levels of Crane, Crane can just absolutely beat an NP1 Rasputin, and you would be looking at requiring like NP2 for it to be a similar comparison to something like Tai Sui. That being said, the elephant in the room as we're talking about alter egos is always just going to be Tiamat. And in that regard, if we compare Tiamat's compositions, let's just look at the minimal sort of like we're going to use the best composition for Tiamat, but the minimal output she could put at that, which is going to be NP1. You're going to be looking at about 487k by wave 3. There is no composition, basically, of Miss Crane, even with her mental debuff, even at NP5. The maximum amount Crane's going to be able to amp is about 449k. So NP1 Tiamat just wins. And this is just another example of kind of the thing I've been talking about for a while, which is that we have some really super units in each of the classes at this point. Some of them stand just really high up above the others, and it's definitely a balancing nightmare for the devs. You guys can see it's not that Crane's a bad unit, but if you have someone like Tiamat, you're not going to need Crane in terms of damage. Tiamat will just win. So at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to what does Crane do in her kit that really makes her valuable to you? To me, I like the fact that she's a flexible unit. I like the fact that she has, again, this sort of party centricity with all of her kit. But damage is still very good, especially with the mental debuff constantly being in play for her. But is it going to be something that you're actually going to need in terms of that? So how do you guys feel about Miss Crane? Do you guys think she's actually worth it? And which ascension do you feel like is the best for her? Personally, I'm pretty partial to the 3rd ascension, but it definitely depends. I wish we had gotten the final ascension. It is what it is. But again, I will see you guys for the Tiamat video. Thank you guys for watching. Have a good one. Yep. A2 reminds me of the Lico Rico uniforms. I could see that. I can definitely see that. I like the Crane design here and the tights. It's nice. And to me, I'm kind of sad that this is the only actual summer outfit we get of her, but it is what it is. She looks so young at A2. Honestly, I actually feel like she looks younger in the bikini because she's not very thick in the hips. But it is what it is. This is a younger form of Miss Crane. It gives me Tracer vibes. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Is Lyrical Nonoha's school uniform? Yeah. Have you seen Crane's final ascension and what she's holding? It's not a butt plug, chat. It's not a butt plug. It's her Ascension 3 glasses. It is. But I know that's exactly what chat thought when they saw this shape. It is the glasses. Why are you so sure? Because it's these, chat. Look at it again. There you go. I knew when chat asked me this, I was like, I think it's a butt plug. I like her figure. I do too. I do agree. Like, it's so sad that we don't get this as an ascension. Like, men are so easy to please. And I really do mean that. Like, we don't need like this super elaborate shit. We don't need like this. Just give us this. That's it. You wouldn't even have to do that much. It'd be such a simple, like, such a simple ascension, and everyone would love it. I'm so bummed that we didn't get Summer Ultra. I am too. But who knows? Maybe we'll get it. That being said, I would have 10 out of 10 preferred this version to get Summer. 10 out of 10. I would have preferred that to get Summer. It is what it is. I pray for the day we get Summer Drake. Dude, if they like Lilify Summer Drake, I don't know what I'd do, but I would be very upset. Why do they keep de-aging our sexy older women? I don't know. Maybe they're self-conscious about making women the age of the developers. Because at that point, it feels like it's like a fetish to them, right? Wait, Avalon. You around right now? Have I heard from Avalon? Yes. Avalon exists. He is alive. He made this. I am. Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering about this is the only potential mighty chain, and this is technically the least damaging mighty chain. Well, I guess technically BAQ is the least damaging mighty chain, but it's the second least damaging mighty chain. I just wanted to ask him about that. It's the strongest one with this comp. Okay. If that's what the logic is, that's fine. Yeah. Definitely makes the arts card stronger, but does it make the quick card stronger than the buster? I think it's... Is the relative strength of quick, arts, and buster? And quick does 98.5. Okay. Yeah, I was sitting there trying to like head math, and I was like, it's actually kind of close. But yeah. Still saddens me that Artemis isn't a standalone servant yet. I'm okay with it. It is what it is. Okay, I'm just real quick, chat. Let me read through my notes. No, I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth. Waited 2 days to hear your analysis. Thank you. Chat, I hate so much that I like can't be one of like the like first people to get a video out. I hate that. I really wish I could, because I know how much it like hurts my content. But that's why I tried to give you guys the best analysis. And to be honest, I think it's one of the only reasons why I've survived as a content creator. And I'll say this too. I think it's also one of the reasons why this community, like our community here in the FGO fandom, I think it's one of the reasons why our community is so well informed and like generally like you guys are a cut above the rest, I would say, on average, when it comes to understanding the way the game works in units. Wait, hold on. Let me go check this. Avalon was saying something about this, and I haven't had the time to look at it. That's what he's referring to? Yeah. But what if I like to keep spreading misinformation, Cad? Just don't do it in my name. Just don't connect me with it. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm ready, chat. Sorry, I know I was like sitting there kind of silent for a bit, but I had to work through something in my head. But we should be fine. And now we've made it to our last summer unit, the SSR from the third banner, Larva Tiamat Summer. Now, Tiamat Summer is not at all what I envisioned she would be. I think this maybe comes a little bit out of left field because it's not what a lot of people were expecting. But Tiamat Summer is actually very interesting in the fact that she has been something that the game has been missing for a bit now. And it's been something that I've been harping on for years and been saying to a great degree that the quick system needed. And numerous times I've been told that I was wrong on this particular subject. I've been told that the quick system did not need more of a sustained support. The quick system did not need, a 30% charger and stuff like that. Well, to a degree, there were merits to those disagreements, that the quick system is not bereft of options. It's not like it's incapable of functioning at a high level. But it naturally felt like it was hamstrung by a lot of things. And Larva Tiamat is bringing a lot of that in her kit, though it's not everything. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how I think Larva Tiamat can be really good for you guys, where I think she'll be kind of the most effective, and whether or not you guys actually need to roll her. Now, I'm going to go over this in the same way that I go over every other unit, but naturally, because Larva Tiamat is going to be a support-based unit, we're not going to have NP damage calculations. I'm not going to have refund numbers for you, though I do have a little bit of a miniature crit comparison to talk about with you guys. So, how is it that Larva Tiamat stacks up? How does she work in this insane environment that Quick kind of is now? Well, let's start out by going over her kit. So to begin with, Larva Tiamat has about 12k attack herself. This is not bad, but as an archer, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a concern at times. That, as we have already kind of mentioned, Larva Tiamat is a crit support in a lot of ways, and this is going to be intriguing because the class choice here can impact that for a couple of reasons, and I'll talk about why here. But 12k attack is going to be nice. It's going to give her a lot of firepower, even if steroids weren't online, which, frankly speaking, you'll want to keep them online as long as possible. HP wise, she's not exactly the most robust 5-star. But I don't think you're going to have to worry about that. She actually does have quite a bit in her kit to help her stay alive, so I wouldn't be super concerned about that sort of thing. Star absorption wise, she's at 156. This is actually a lot higher than your average archer, but this is also going to be maybe a little bit of a problem depending on how you're running Larva Tiamat. In a lot of ways, you're going to want to run Summer Tiamat here with another Tiamat, and I'll explain that in a bit as to why. But understand that star absorption, if you're running a single Tiamat, might come up as an issue. Star generation's only 8%. It is what it is. NP charge attack is 0.59. It's actually not terrible, but it's not screamingly good. It's just, it is what it is. And NP charge defense is 3%. Death rate's at 27%, ever so slightly higher than average. She is chaotic summer alignment. She is female gendered, and her traits, well, there's a laundry list of them. She's animal characteristic, demonic beast servant, divinity, dragon, enema elish nullification, goddess servant, humanoid, immune to pigify, non-hominidae servant, obstacle maker, servant, 7 nights servant, summer mode servant, super large, and in stage 3, she is also levitating. So there's a whole lot there, a whole lot to exploit, a whole lot to synergize with, actually, as well. And that's another thing to pay attention to, depending on who you want to use alongside Larva Tiamat. Take a look at her deck. She actually has a single buster, double arts, double quick deck. And interestingly enough, she breaks the mold that we had with some of the other summer units where their quick and arts cards were all above average. In Tiamat's case, her quick cards are quite a bit above average at 5 hits. Her arts cards are at average at 3 hits. Her buster cards are above average at 4 hits. And her extra attack is average at 5 hits. So it is interesting to denote, but this will be an interesting synergy with herself. Her deck is actually very beneficial to her own buffing pattern. This is notable because it's not falling in line with maybe some of the other quick buffers that we've had over time, where it's a little bit more quick and buster centric. And this does shift the capabilities of quick into a little bit of a new era due to this, because we're moving, maybe at least with this change, a little bit away from Summer Scotty. But keep in mind, units like Summer Scotty and Original Scotty still going to be really useful at times. So I do like this nonetheless. Taking a look at her active skills now, this is where things are going to actually get interesting for her. She increases the party's quick and arts performance for 3 turns by 20%. She will increase the party's buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns, up to 100%. And she will overcharge the party's NP by 2 stages for 1 time 3 turns. Keep that in the back of your mind, the overcharge. We're going to come back to that here in a bit. But this is all on a 7-turn cooldown. So this is going to be a little bit of the demerit of using Summer Tiamat. Cooldown and getting back to it again means that if you end up outside of a 3-turn with her, you're going to be waiting a bit to try to get back to some of this stuff. Her second skill here charges her own NP gauge by 50%. And it will charge the rest of the party, not including her, by up to 30% as well. So this makes Summer Tiamat a hybrid charger. This is something that, you know, people have been proposing Scotty buffs for a while, and this is actually one of the changes that I proposed making to Scotty, is that they allowed her to maybe have the greater capacity to get to her own NP while still buffing the party, or maybe spreading her charge around to the party, allowing for a little bit more malleability in the summer system. Sorry, in the quick system. So this is a really nice thing for her, and this does mean that if you pair her alongside a second Summer Tiamat and add in a mana loading append, both those Tiamats can get to their Noble Phantasm on turn 1. And that's going to be super valuable if you're trying to farm without starting charge, without, you know, specific craft essences, things like that. this will actually really, really help out. From here, it's also going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. And from there, it's going to recover the party's HP by up to 2,000. So good things about the skill. Again, spread party charge and another steroid as well as some healing. Bad things about the skill. It's another 7-turn cooldown. And the HP that's getting healed is not max HP. So this is likely going to happen for a lot of people turn 1 where it will not be effective in terms of healing. So it is what it is, but she does actually have some healing in her kit. That is not going to be where her survival comes from, thankfully. And I'm going to say, if people are looking at Tiamat as a sustained support, she kind of can, but keep in mind, she does not fulfill the healing requirement. This is not enough. This will not keep your party alive down the stretch. Looking at the third skill here, this is going to be another interesting one because this skill works like Himiko's does. If you guys have ever used her, she puts a critical star regeneration buff on each of her allies. Same thing here. It's 8 critical stars per turn per ally for 3 turns. So what does that mean? That means 24 stars per turn for 3 turns if you're using a full team call. This also means in a double Summer Scotty situation, you're looking at 48 stars per turn automated. This is why I said, if we go back to that stance on the star absorption rate, her having a higher star absorption means she might steal stars from whoever your devoted damage dealer is. That could be a problem if you're running 1 Tiamat. If you're running 2, you're at 48 stars, you're not going to care. You're literally just going to be sitting there and you're going to be like, oh man, I can generate 2 stars by doing literally nothing. So everybody has 100% crit chance. That's ideal. And so that's where, if you've seen already some Summer Tiamat stuff, you'll notice a lot of people are running a double Summer Tiamat comp, partially for this reason, partially for others. From here, it's going to increase the party's critical damage for 3 turns by up to 50%. Again, double Summer Tiamat, that's now 100%. So you have a lot of value there too. It will also charge the party's NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 10%. This is kind of an overlooked aspect of her. So what do we have here? Well, we have the makings of Merlin without the healing. We have critical stars per turn and charge per turn. The downside is it's only the 3 turns, so this will wear off once you get outside of the 3-turn cadence. But the good news is this will help other units get to their NP. It may not be the sole reason they get to their NP, but in addition with carding and maybe other charge sources, yes, this can absolutely allow a unit to get back to an NP easier. And it's something that I think is really good for Quick to have, because Quick does struggle at certain times if it doesn't get the right cards for this. Quick's NP generation, especially with Mighty Chains, very good. But this is going to be the downfall. Both the strength and the downfall of Tiamat is going to rely on card RNG. If you get the right cards at the right time, you're golden. If you get the wrong cards, this could hurt. So having automated charge on top of her already existing 80% charge, basically, that she has if you're running her in a double comp, that's really nice. And I think that's going to allow her to get to an NP again. Maybe it's going to allow your, third unit to get to an NP. I like that skill. And this one is at least only on a 6-turn cooldown. Looking at passive skills here, you guys can see she gets magic resistance A for debuff resistance, independent action A for 10% more critical damage, goddess essence EX for flat damage added, and debuff resistance by an additional 30%, making her already 50% debuff resistant base combined with the buff removal resistance, and you're looking pretty good there at that point. She also has self-modification Summer, which is just a nice little 300 damage cut, as well as a critical attack chance resistance by 10%. So just, again, kind of making her tankier and harder to bring down there. Take a look at her pen skills here. I highly recommend the mana loading. Max this out, lure it, get it as fast as you can. If you only roll the 1 copy of her, make sure you get her to bond 6 as quickly as possible for this. and that will allow you to, from 0% starting charge with a double Tiamat comp, get yourself to full and do some really, really good stuff. The 5th append also has a lot of value. Why do I say this? Well, because this one is going to allow you to get back to things faster if you don't get the good card RNG, if things fall apart and you maybe end up in a bad scenario. I like this. This will allow cooldowns to be lessened. 4th append is interesting. And the reason why is because we're going to start talking about things like the crit cap here. You'll see why in a minute. 3rd append is anti-alter ego attack damage aptitude. Not the worst as an archer, since she is a, knight class, but not the best either. I'm going to say this one is the odd man out and you really don't need it. Extra attack finesse. This could be really good for her, both for star gen and in P gen, on top of extra damage that the extra attack would give. And next up, we get to her Noble Phantasm. This is a quick support Noble Phantasm. What does it do? Well, it grants the party invincibility for 1 turn. So this is a notable departure from original Scotty, who has a 1 times dodge. This is a hard 1 turn. And the nice advantage of this is that this is tied to a Noble Phantasm instead of a skill. You will probably get back to a Noble Phantasm faster than you will get back to a skill. Unless we're talking, Buster Comp shenanigans with Coin Sky and stuff. So that is really, really nice. This means that as fast as you can get back to a Noble Phantasm, you can just keep doing this. And you can just keep making yourself invulnerable. And that could make her actually pretty interesting in some solo environment scenarios, and that can also make her really nice in terms of, again, protecting the party and giving you maybe that sustain. So remember now, she has hard survivability, stars per turn, charge per turn. The only thing she's actually really lacking is true sustain, aka healing per turn. But this is a very, very nice effect. From here, it's going to increase the party's debuff resistance for 3 turns. By how much? Well, this scales with NP level, as do the next couple effects. Base 50%. The interesting part about this is, in combination with her passives, this gives her 100% just at NP1. So don't say, hey, I need the extra debuff resistance off of her stuff just for, the NP levels. It's not really worth. I wouldn't do it for that, Reese. So that is really, really nice and going to make it very difficult for anybody to ever land a debuff against Tiamat. From here, it's going to increase the party's quick performance for 3 turns, probably what a lot of you guys expected, by 50%. And also party's arts performance by 3 turns by 50%. Summer Scotty is to quick and Buster what Summer Tiamat kind of is to quick and arts. So we now have a little bit of a departure. We're not having quick be so shackled to Buster. This is actually nice. This opens up quite a bit of options for the quick system, and it's one of the things that I really like. But we'll talk about this a little bit more in a bit. But needless to say, yes, this is really, really good. And again, even just at NP1, you're looking at 30%. The thing I don't like about this, well, it scales, and 50% is one hell of a drug at NP5. So basically, you were saying, hey, with the 30% coming off the back of the NP plus the 20% from the first skill, that is 50% at base value. But if you wail, if you go further, this unit becomes a 70% buffer instead. That is kind of strong and kind of ridiculous, frankly. A little bit, this is creeping into the territory that we maybe see in other games where the additional copies of a unit actually does change gameplay. I'm not going to say that that's really what's going on here yet, but it is pretty darn close. We're getting quite a bit of not just damage now. You're also getting things like star generation and NP generation off of the back of this. And that can definitely mean that extra copies of her do go a long way and do make you really, really strong. Looking at the overcharge effect. Now things get actually spicy. Her overcharge increases the party's critical damage for 3 turns by a base of 50%. And if you denote back what we said on the first skill, it's 2 stages, 1 time for the overcharge, which means the very first NP that Tiamat rips off for herself will be 100% party critical damage for 3 turns. Unless you're using her in a double summer Tiamat comp. Because that means that you're not just going to have the overcharge from her, you're going to have the overcharge from another Tiamat, which means 4 stages, aka 500%. And if you do a double summer Tiamat NP on turn 1, congratulations. In a double summer Tiamat comp, you have a base value of 400% crit damage, not including things like traits, not including things like, skills on the 3rd unit, stuff like that. So that is kind of absurd. Why is that absurd? The game has a crit cap of 500%. Here's what you guys need to know about this. 1, there are things that count towards this cap, and there are things that aren't. I'm actually going to do a little bit of research here because I honest to God, off the top of my head, I actually don't know if the 4th append contributes towards this cap. If it does, that's kind of oof. If it doesn't, hey, more is more. The interesting part about this is this means that depending on the unit that you choose to run alongside them, you might very well hit this cap. Because just 2 summer Tiamats are going to do this for you. Basically, if you start looking at certain units have more than 100% crit damage in their kit. That crit damage might not add up. Or rather, I should say, it might go over cap and be wasted. I don't think you're really going to have to worry about that because you're going to be doing such ridiculous damage numbers at 400 to 500% crit damage that it's really just a non-issue. And this is a lot of where her real value will lies in this crit damage. But keep in mind, adding additional crit damage will actually, to some degree, not be as good as just at that point adding pure raw steroids. Things like attack up, things like quick up or arts up. That might go a little bit further than just adding in more point for point crit damage at that point. But oh boy, this has a lot of impact. And there are at least 2 currently known exceptions to the crit cap, and they are both very recent. So what do I mean? Well, when we start talking about some units that would pair with her, you might be rattling off in your mind someone like Van Gogh, someone like Bazette, somebody like Khazra Drop, somebody like Doman, these sorts of things. Well, naturally, there are some good synergies there. And yes, if you have units that are, like say in Doman's case, he's a chaotic evil buffer. Well, Tiamat herself is not evil, but she is chaotic. So you can get even more out of something like that. But I think what I am going to say here is that be careful with units that have more, like significantly more. So like, for instance, Van Gogh herself can get at least 200% crit damage on her own. A lot of that would kind of be wasted, but you might actually notice that you would have a little bit of an issue using a Van Gogh alongside the Summer Tiamats. If for only the reason of a lot of the issues with Summer Tiamat are resolved when the damage dealer can just kind of wipe out the first wave. If you have to spend that first turn instead doing that, you're not necessarily going to make it through the node in the 3 turns. So getting the first wave down will be a really, really nice thing. And that may be a single enemy, or that may be an AoE pack. And that's going to determine a lot of maybe who you want to use alongside Summer Tiamat to actually pop off. Now, I just said there were 2 known exceptions. The 2 known exceptions currently are Lilith who actually has a critical damage resist down for 3 turns, and Summer Miss Crane, who's also on the same banner, who has the similar effect on her Noble Phantasm. Why are these different? These specifically are their own unique debuff. It has its own separate cap of 100%. It stacks with the 500% cap of crit damage, and it is separate. So you can actually technically go over cap with these 2 units. Everybody else, either the function doesn't function how you think, or it is also contributing towards the cap. So like in the case of Khazra Drop has the effect that looks pretty similar to these. But what hers does is when you crit, it actually applies card type down to the enemy. So it's not stacking crit damage. It's just giving basically another steroid. And so that actually works. Khazra Drop will work quite well with Summer Tiamat in that sense. So there are some things in terms of, hey, just pay attention to what you're doing. Because again, it's not like we're talking about like a whale comp here. We're talking about you're just going to build both Summer Tiamats to their NP, fire them off right off the rip. That's going to be 400% base crit damage. And for Tiamat herself, you have other things, as we already mentioned, like independent action that's going to boost the crit and stuff like that. So it is kind of interesting to denote that realistically, I think it's going to be pretty easy actually for a lot of combinations with Tiamat to hit the actual crit cap in game. But that's why I wanted to tell you guys about Lilith and Crane in particular, because there may be other units in the future that have a similar effect that also allows them to bypass that exact cap, not crap. So let's talk about now crit numbers, just for comparative sake. And it's kind of difficult to model like carding damage at times, but here you guys go. I asked Avalon and Bob to kind of work on this and come up with at least just a simple demonstration to help you guys understand. So on screen, you guys can now see a little bit of a spreadsheet. I'll put the link in the comments of the video. You guys can see that she actually has right here 2 compositions up top. This is Summer Tiamat. On the right side over here, we have a singular Summer Tiamat with any 2 other units being part of the rest of the team. And this is kind of the amount of damage a chain would get you in terms of carding. On the left side, we have a 2x Summer Tiamat comp with any 3rd unit. Instead of 2 different units, now we just have 1 slot available. Well, at that point, you start seeing almost a tripling of damage. This is why you're going to see so many people run double Summer Tiamat. It works really well. This is similar in a weird way to like the double Doman comp. On its own, it is strong, but it's maybe not as strong as other compositions. But when you double it up and you get that force multiplier effect going on, it starts producing pretty crazy output. And that's what we're seeing here. Now, just for comparative sake, this is against, like, say, Super Orion down here as just sort of a control. Super Orion base value, he's going to crit a little bit harder. That's just kind of what his whole deal is. But this is looking only at his Triple Buster chain. And some of you guys may be wondering, okay, well, why did you do the BQA chain for Mighty Chain down there with Summer Tiamat instead of maybe like QAB or something like that? And the answer is, due to all of the buffs in the Summer Tiamat comp, you're basically looking at BQA being the strongest Mighty Chain comp for that actual composition. That is an interesting thing to denote, that this would normally be one of your least damaging Mighty Chains, but just simply due to the amount of buffs flying around, this actually ends up being your strongest option. And so that is something to understand about this. It's going to be good for both star generation and NP generation and damage. It's almost inverting the scales of damage at that point to make everything kind of viable there. So it is another interesting denotation there. And you can see down at the bottom, instead, you have QAB being kind of the better one for Super Ryan there. And where Super Ryan's getting a lot of his damage output, in that buster chain. It's in those buster cards. It's just that. So Super Ryan can output similar, if not better numbers, but that's going to rely, again, on card RNG, and that's going to rely on Super Ryan particularly getting those buster cards to actually pop off. The difference between that and, say, Summer Tiamat is going to be that Summer Tiamat herself has 4 cards. The other Summer Tiamat has 4 cards. So your third unit here in the middle, basically, depending on the amount of quick and arts cards they have, and to a lesser degree, still Buster will do fine. There is card RNG here, but you could probably still card your way through waves. The reason I'm saying card RNG so much is because naturally you might think, well, I can just crit through a wave. And that's absolutely possible. We saw demonstrations like this back when Van Gogh first came out. And to a little bit of a degree, Tiamat is very similar to Van Gogh. Tiamat's just more of a party-oriented Van Gogh, whereas Van Gogh is a little bit more of a like solo debuffer and specialist, though you can definitely pair people alongside Van Gogh and still have a good time. Tiamat herself is going to be a little bit more share the wealth oriented, and you can see it because a lot of how she functions is going to come off the back of those crits, but also those party-wide buffs. And I think as we start to look at this, as we start to look back at these crit comparisons, you guys will denote that, again, she is just capable of making everybody do some pretty insane damage. So card RNG is going to become a problem when you start looking at going up against this AoE wave and you start having, oh man, like I can do this, I can just crit through, and then you get like 5 of a kind. And then you go, crap. That's why card RNG will still be a little bit of a problem. There will be some issue there with the potential of how you're maybe going to work through. And so I've actually come up with this list for you guys. Tiamat is going to have 5 weaknesses that you guys need to know about. Everything else should probably just be stellar, fantastic, and absolutely abusable. What are the 5 weaknesses that we need to talk about? So, first off, right off the rip, just analytically speaking, this heal sucks. This heal is piss poor. It does not qualify really for the sustained value unless you can manage to just keep cycling Tiamat NPs to the point that like the enemy can't touch you. You are just staggering perfectly your invulns and the enemy's not able to like really find any purchase. So much that over the course of like 7 or 6 turns, you're managing to get back and heal yourself with this. So I'm going to say, yeah, as far as sustain's concerned, she has like 3 of the 4 parts to be functionally quick Merlin, but she lacks kind of the biggest one, which is actually keeping the party topped off down the stretch. That is a super important one if you want to be a true sustain support. So she does have sustain, just maybe not all of it, maybe not everything that she needs. That's interesting to note because it may mean that in the future, we see a more quick-oriented healer come out down the line. Who knows? Maybe that's like an Abe no Seimei or some other type of character. But it wouldn't surprise me to see Quick get yet another support that works in this environment and makes comp like this functionally a quick version of the Invincible comp and maybe a like alternative to it. So from there, I'm also going to say that her second one is that she is kind of an archer, and that may hinder her at points. Obviously, the value in Tiamat is that she is buffing the entire party. So everybody is critting, everybody's got the 400% crit damage. Wherein is the problem? Well, what if you're going up against Lancers and they're high health and like a 90++ node? That's going to make Tiamat comps relatively unviable. I'm not going to say you can't do it, but it would get really rough, and it would be even more card RNG than normal, because logically then you'd be looking at a scenario where Tiamat's own cards maybe don't help out, and you're not wanting to get them. There may be ways around that, things you could do to shuffle the deck and stuff, but this would be a natural weakness that she would have. So the fact that they chose her to be a archer instead of maybe a class that would be a lot more neutral in more variety of situations, it is what it is, but that is just, again, something to denote. Another weakness, I don't think this one is a full weakness, but it's kind of 50-50. It's the fact that her Noble Phantasm is a quick card. A lot of supports traditionally in the past have had Arts Noble Phantasms. And there's a big reason for why and where it can help. Having an Arts Noble Phantasm means that you have the capability of combining that Noble Phantasm maybe with another Arts Noble Phantasm or another card or two cards or whatever that are also arts and get a free, quick, easy triple arts chain to help you get back to another NP sequence. Now, with regards to it being a quick card, the upside is that this allows easier Mighty Chain formation with things like a Buster card and an Arts card, which are usually traditionally strong. In this sense, it's kind of weird. In a low-key way, if they weren't going to make it Arts to make the triple Arts chain, one of the best things they actually could have done here, ironically enough, would have been to make her NP Buster. And you could lead with it into a Mighty Chain that has been buffed to have Quick and Arts up. That would have actually been better, potentially, for that potential use. So now, instead, it's going to take up, if you're trying to Mighty Chain on the back end of it, the quick slot of that, which is one of the card types that she would have buffed. So you're going to have to make a choice of, do you Mighty Chain or not? And maybe do you hold off on the Noble Phantasm or not? That is going to be an interesting thing. But this will create some clunkiness when you go to try to card with her, especially as you get outside of a 3-turn cadence. But I think that'd be the ideal, is don't get outside of the 3-turn cadence. So again, it's good for Mighty Chains. It's bad for the possibility of generating triple arts. It just basically means that triple arts will probably not happen unless you just get very, very lucky in this composition. Her fourth weakness is going to be that she requires a Noble Phantasm to get the vast majority of her buffs. I saw people in chat already commenting on this when I first started recording here. But yes, due to the fact that a lot of this actual like steroid and crit damage up is coming off of her NP, this means you have to get to her NP in order to get the buff. The good news is it's not skill locked. The bad news is you got to get 100% charge. So again, getting to the first one, not going to be hard. Getting to a second one, that could be a little bit spicy. It just also means, again, that you may just have to take like starting charge on her until you can get the mana loading unlocked if you don't roll multiple copies. It is what it is. So again, that is just going to be something that I think could be a little bit problematic. And this also means that in a sustained scenario, you must wait out the skill charge cooldown timers or use her cards to get back to full, which may be fine. It also might be unideal at points. So watch out for that type of scenario where you go like, oh man, I didn't want to have to use Summer Tiamat's cards here. I wanted to go with the Devoted Damage Dealer, but I ended up, having to do it, or basically because I need another Noble Phantasm to get off, or maybe I just realized I'm outside the cadence and just go like, oh crap, like I've got to get somebody back to their NP or to their Protect Party or whatnot. And last, but certainly the most, is card RNG. Just card RNG in general is going to be a little bit of an issue. Like we mentioned, getting 5 of a kind, like getting all of one unit's deck in here is going to be a problem. And this is actually kind of funny too, because a lot of the times if you get 5 of a kind, you have a much higher chance of getting 5 of a kind 3 turns in a row. It has been known to happen, but usually that's one of the precursors in order to do that naturally, is that you would have to have it. But yes, if you get 5 of a kind, you're not up against a single enemy. That is really oof. That is going to be meaning that your buffs are probably going to fall off before you get to the final wave. It's meaning that you're going to have to spend more than one turn on whatever wave you're on, unless you can manage to break things up. Like maybe like in a 2 enemy wave, you might be able to manage it if you broke it up with a Noble Phantasm or something. But yeah, this would just be a natural issue nonetheless. So in that regard, I think this is something to watch out for, but I do think Summer Tiamat is a very good unit. So let's talk about the idea of, do you have to have her? Do you think that she is a like meta unit? Is she going to be someone that you guys need? Well, honest to God, for farming purposes, I think a lot of people probably will not want to go through the general pace of it. I did see somebody try to equate the fact that because she's a carding centric unit, this is actually faster than traditional Noble Phantasm farming. That is not true. And I'll tell you guys why. And that's, again, kind of what I mentioned before. So if you think about the practical uses and the practicality of working her through a node, a lot of the times you're going to want to get both those Summer Tiamat Noble Phantasms off right at the beginning. Then from there, you will want probably a offensive Noble Phantasm to clear wave 1. The reason why is because you're only going to have one card left. So if it's not a single enemy first wave, you're going to get kind of restricted as to what you can use as the third unit. It's definitely possible, but that is going to be one of the weird limitations. You could argue that's a weakness, but I felt like saying node structure's a weakness is a little bit of a reach, because she will have the capability. It's just going to restrict what the choices are and the options that you could run alongside of her. Pay attention to what node structure is, and that will help you choose your unit to run alongside a double Tiamat comp. You can run her as a single sort of option, but keep in mind you're having those buffs. You're not getting as much automated star gen, and that may affect critting viability. That may affect other things. So it really just depends on who you're trying to run with. I think where she'll be strongest is in that double setup. But as we start looking towards that, as we start looking towards, hey, what are our options restricted to in a double Tiamat comp? That's where I think, like, yes, there are multiple viable options, but it is something that you guys are just really going to have to pay attention to. So I think, yes, as a whole, like, she's good, but due to the nature of how you're going to have to use her, that means a lot of times you will still be doing 3 Noble Phantasms. So bringing this back full circle, is it faster to use a Summer Tiamat comp as opposed to a normal traditional farming comp? No, I actually don't think it is. I think it's at best the same speed, if not slower, because instead of just doing 3 Noble Phantasms and being done, you now have to do 3 Noble Phantasms and then still card all the additional waves. So I think it just adds up over time, and it basically ends up making it take at best the same amount of time, if not faster. There's also the card RNG aspect, meaning that at some points it's just not going to be as guaranteeably consistent as just generating Noble Phantasms. This has been the issue that we've seen over the years whenever we do try to come up with a carding comp to farm. It definitely can work, but short of something like Seal, where you could just lock the cards in, you can guaranteeably get it. Card farming has always been RNG, and it's one of the reasons why it is not the meta and why people don't do it. So it is what it is. I'm going to say at the end of the day, I actually think Larva Tiamat's going to be insanely strong at critting down things like challenge quests and single enemy boss fights. She will just be absurd at that because she'll be very capable of protecting the party. You're going to have to watch out for things that, maybe could like pierce or invuln and stuff. But aside from that, Tiamat's going to be very, very difficult for an enemy to deal with. She's nigh undebuffable. She's unbuff strippable. So yeah, I think you're just going to be really, really solid. And the only thing that the enemy might be able to do is pierce you. So I do think that will be the best option nonetheless. But frankly speaking, with regards to her, I think she is not a gotta have. I think she is a very good unit to have. I think getting your hands on her, especially if you have maybe some of the other high octane quick options, I think she is a perfect complement to a lot of them, and she will work wonders in actual practice. But yeah, I'm going to say she's a little bit of an off-meta support in that regard. Not quite going to give her the meta designation, but still very, very strong. Doubly so if you roll more copies of her. So do you need to roll more copies of her? No, I don't believe you do. I think NP1 is fine to get her at a base value, but again, the more copies you get, the stronger this composition gets, and the more absurd it's going to get. So at the end of the day, I think Summer Tiamat is a very good unit. I think she plugs a lot of the holes. She gives that, party charging support that you've actually been looking for in Quick. maybe not as ideal due to the fact that a lot of the buffing comes off of the NP. But I think this is the limitation that they decided on in order to stop Quick from maybe being like a little bit too strong in comparison to its strong capacity to mighty chain and, again, capability to basically pop off with crits. So they knew they were going to make a really strong crit support here, and they didn't want to make it completely busted. So that's why they put a lot of it on the Noble Phantasm to help kind of hinder it in comparison to other just more casual and common compositions. So anyways, let me know what you guys think about Summer Tiamat. What are your concerns with her, and will you roll her, especially when she comes to an A? I'm also going to be curious to find out which Ascension you think is best. I'm actually really partial to the third Ascension. I think it's a beautiful one there. But again, I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. And how do you guys feel about the Tiamat system overall? Is there anything I missed in the video? I'll be curious to read you guys' thoughts. I'll also go do the research on the fourth append right now. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys for the next one. Later. Does class score mention? I actually don't know. I've never gotten a straight answer on that. And I have not done the research myself. Don't know if Bob or Avalon are lurking around, but if one of them wants to do the legwork, I would appreciate that. All right, chat. It's roll time. Let me get rid of the black box there. Oh, we gotta start off with the story summon. Lost in a singularity with my mom and her 2 crit arts and quick attacks. Yes. What do you plan to roll? Just Tiamat? I think I'm just gonna roll Tiamat. Like I said, I looked at a lot of this and I'm just not feeling a lot of the unit choices here. Shiki, in my honest opinion, is a really nice unit, but if you have already some pretty like decent well, you know what? Let's hold on. Okay, so we're gonna actually finally be pulling the trigger here and rolling for Tiamat. I have not rolled on any of the summer banners yet, but this one was the one I was waiting on to see, you know, how did she perform? And I figured, let's go ahead and let's finally pull the trigger here and go after her. I do also like Miss Crane, so I feel like this is a particularly good banner. But at the end of the day, it's not a banner that anybody should feel obligated that they have to roll. Just some really, really nice stuff here in this particular one in terms of gameplay. Now, there went the paid single. We'll also do some tickets here to begin, and we already did our story roll right before this, so we'll just be getting the ball rolling here real fast. But chat was just asking me about, you know, like, hey, do I plan to roll some of the other units now looking back? And I think, like, to a degree, I looked at, like, say, the first banner there, and I said Summer Passion Lip. She's a really, really strong single target saber. I think she's going to be kind of redonkulous in the future to come. But I kind of just said, hey, I don't actually need this to a large degree. And if, you know, like, I think I could use maybe a stronger single target saber, but I said, if I'm going to do that, I'm probably going to, like, buff up one of the saber faces, so it's maybe not, like, the best idea for me to do it. Then from there, I kind of looked at banner number 2, and I said, I like Shiki. Shiki's a fantastic character, but I looked at the way she functions, and I think she's a strong unit. I think I like the way that she's kind of like Ptolemy and the fact that she can shift what her NP does. And I like that in comparison to Ptolemy and Melisande, it is not tied to your, you know, Ascension form. So that is a really, really nice thing to me. But I think personally, looking at that Shiki is actually not comparably that strong to some of the other Moon Cancers. And I have a very robust seal on my JP account and an NP2 Arcuid. So unless I went deep on that banner, it was highly unlikely that Shiki was going to outpace the units I already had. So that will probably be a check it out when it comes to an A roll for me. And then banner number 3 here, Tiamat is just kind of absurd at this point, both in terms of what she allows and enables, and in terms of just her kind of being a little bit of a new, like, sort of design for a quick system. And I like that. I like seeing the devs take a little bit more of chances. This also is, and you know, we were talking about it before, like the idea that quick units are maybe a lot more like dependent on the individual damage dealers. I think Tiamat is proving the exact opposite. I think Tiamat is actually proving that that mentality has not worked too well, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't roll quick units and still have a negative bias towards quick. Me personally, I've always felt like quick is better than a lot of the community gives it credit for, but I will also say that at the end of the day, I feel like quick definitely still needed some options. It needed some new capabilities. I like the fact that we're getting a new support here with this banner, and I think this is actually going to help quick out quite a bit, because for a long time quick has felt tethered to Buster and as like sort of an also ran type of card to help it out. And now we're seeing, hey, maybe we're going to expand as well to arts, and that's going to broaden its horizons. That's going to make it a more adaptable system overall. And I think that's good. I think that's what quick needed. I think quick was becoming very, very rigid in how it had to function. And yeah, there were some interesting things you could do with individual units, but when I look at these sorts of things, I'm looking at the macro system overall, not like, oh, but CAD, this one unit pops off really well. Clearly the solution is individual units. And I'm like, no, because you still have a lot of old quick units that do not have some of these new, more power creepy quality of life aspects and skills that allow them to just pop off so hard. So I think looking at that, this sort of thing will actually help revitalize some of the older quick units, and I think this will actually be good. I think this will just give us more options and make quick a more flexible system. But Khazra Drop's so OP. Khazra Drop's really nice. I saw people for a while that were trying to say the Khazra Drop was like a replacement for Scotty, and I have never ascribed to that mentality. I've never thought that to be the case. A lot of that is dependent on crit RNG, and a lot of that's dependent on there being another Sakura face in the composition. So to me, I'm like, no, I never really saw that. Khazra Drop is a strong unit in her own right, though. And functioning alongside other supports, yeah, she could just be absolutely absurd, including alongside another Khazra Drop. It'll be interesting when Archer Grand comes around. Yes, interesting. I did like, at least with the extra classes, that they let us choose between single target and AoE, so it didn't feel like you were penalized if you picked like one type over the other. Because I felt like, you know, the first couple ones, it was like, oh, it's a single target clear, and then suddenly with Lancer we got an AoE one, and then now we've also gotten more AoE ones, and it really feels like they're trying to make it where you almost have to combine an AoE with a single target. So you have to go wide, then up, then tall, right? And then the problem with that becomes that you end up in this scenario where it's like, okay, I have the Grand that I chose, but I need somebody else of the other type. And it makes you beholden on your friends. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I like the fact that it's like, oh, now I can just do it under my own power and I don't have to worry about the RNG of like the perfect counter unit showing up on the friends list. Rider and Archer haven't come out yet. Yeah, we still have Rider, Archer, Assassin, and Caster, I believe. Wider, tall, we sieve. Now, that is actually where I get the terminology from. Building wide, which is spamming a bunch of cities, versus building tall, which is doing just a bunch of, a handful of really like developed cities. But yes, that is where I get that terminology from. It's hilarious that it's stuck with me all these years. And if you ever hear me talk about Rexing, that also comes from Civ 5. It's the idea of rapid expansion, aka Rexing, and it's basically just spamming cities, and it was the meta in Civ 5 for a while. Have you watched that anime based off the Civ 4 mod? No, I don't think I have. All right, this is going to be the last ticket here. Not gonna lie, if the Archer battle is single target, Bao may be meta pick, since she has a QQAAB deck. Yeah, you definitely could see some really, really nice stuff actually with Tiamat in the Archer Grand system. So that'll be really, really nice. How is Summer Miu? Wombat, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate it, my man. Chat, can we get some love for Wombat? And we're done with the tickets. So Summer Miu is not a bad unit. Summer Miu stacks up pretty nicely against some of the other 4-star Arts Lancers. To me, you go for Summer Miu if you're a big like Miu and Ilya fan, like you're just a big Prillia fan in general. But I think at the end of the day, she's the epitome of a unit that you do not have to have. There are plenty of other like Arts AoE Lancers, so I think like she's good. She stands toe to toe with them, but you have plenty of options there. So if you already have one, you don't have to roll her. Jane will also go ham. Jane will be an interesting one. I missed it. What do you think of Summer Crane? Summer Crane's never going to beat Tiamat, which is kind of hilarious, but Summer Crane is still a really, really good unit. Well, that was fast. And I still don't have Summer Crane. So I'm like... Well, summon's over? No. No. Summon's not over. Keep going? Yeah, this is not deep at all. I still have more quartz than amounts to a pity. So... Squirtoria jumping for joy right now. Yeah, Squirtoria will be a fun one to use with that. Because Squirtoria, if I remember correctly, has double arts, double quick deck, so she'll work out really, really nice. And that's, again, I think like if you're somebody that has a similar deck to Crane, or sorry, well actually Crane would work. Similar deck to Tiamat, where you're very art centric or quick centric or both, you will function really well with Tiamat. And it's going to be really, really interesting to see some of the things that people do with Tiamat now down the stretch. We don't stop till we feel the pain of the mines. Listen, I felt enough pain having to replace my car here, as well as several things I have to get done on the house. So I think we're good. Still funny to me that is Aoyuki. She has such great range. Tiamat and Dioscuri for the memes? Yeah. Tree fell on car? No. So I had a whine in the back end of my car, and my dad rode with me because he just needed to ride into work one day, and he's like, hey, that noise is getting louder since the last time I rode in your car. And I was like, yeah, I think it is. So we took it into the dealership. We went to go get it serviced. They wanted to charge us like, and I drove a 20-year-old 4Runner. I have not beaten the crap out of it, but I've gotten my fair use out of it. It was still in excellent condition for the most part, and it only had like 111,000 miles on it. So for that age, it's barely like touched. But yeah, it's definitely getting up to the point where it's like, even just due to the time, things are kind of wearing out on it, and it needs like some replacements. So turns out it was my rear differential that needed replacing, but before we even got to the rear differential, they were trying to claim that I needed like $2,000 worth of maintenance on the car. And I was like, dude, I take my car in regularly. It's like, I've never had a regular like portion of the maintenance cost anything more than like $500. I'm like, y'all are absurd. Like, I get like big part repairs and stuff like that. Obviously that's going to cost more, but like the fact that you just wanted $2,000 just to do the normal rudimentary crap on it, I got so pissed at them. And then it was going to be another $3,000 for the rear differential. And then they were also saying that my shocks and my brakes were going to be another $3,000. And I was just like, dude, I can go get a lift kit for like cheaper than $3,000. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are smoking. At the time, I thought I was going to need to get it fixed. So my parents actually are in close with another dealer at a dealership, and he kind of got me hooked up. They had a loaner car that they were ready to get rid of. It only had 9,000 miles on it, so I managed to swoop in, get that thing on a lease, and now I got the replacement car. But it's been pretty much the past like week and a half here. It's just been kind of haywire due to all this stuff. And I managed to squirrel my way out of, so it was going to be about $8,000 total for all the repairs. And I managed to get out of everything but about $2,500 of it. So I'm not going to say I didn't get taken advantage of. I did, but I absolutely like made the best of a bad situation. And it was pretty clear to me that the dealer was trying to put my car underwater so that I'd have to trade it in to them and purchase a new car through them. And I will never go back to that original dealership. I will never use them again. I will only have bad things to say about them ever since that. So, is what it is. Pope Joan also has double buster, double quick, and 100% crits up art. She caps on arts crit. Yep. Car dealerships should all burn. I mean, I've had plenty of like good dealings with car dealerships, but we went and got a second opinion on the car, like in between all of that happening, and the guy that like he referred us, one of our clients is basically a like, he's not like a full blown like auto mechanic. He's more like a body shop guy. And he was telling us another mechanic to go ask, and that's who we went for the second opinion. When we were telling him about the situation, he was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard bad stories about them." It's like, God damn it, man! Like, it's rough because that is the dealership I've been going to for a while. But it just like when you hear stuff like that, it's like, God, man, like, can we just not milk people? Like, I swear to God, with the way the guy was acting, it felt like, even though he was a service department employee and not like a car salesman, it felt like he was a car salesman. It felt like he was working on commission. And I'm like, dude, maybe that's how it is. Maybe that is the standard. I don't know. But I'm just like, it shouldn't be that way. Like, service should be more about like appeasing the customer so that you don't lose them, so that you convert them into a new customer, not trying to force the customer to be a new customer. Because I feel like when you put a gun to someone's head and you say like, do it or else, people are not going to think very highly of you after that. So, what did I do with the old car? I traded it in. I got it traded in on the price of the lease, and it's definitely nice. Finding a good dealership is so exhausting. It is. That's like one of the reasons that I kind of just like, I was super open to like what my dad was telling me. Oh, there you go. We got the 5-star mail C. I was so open to like the things that he was telling me and the ideas that he was proposing because I was just so ready to be done with it. And I at least knew that the guy that they worked with at the other dealership was a good dude. So I was just like, yep, don't care. Get me in with him. That's basically, I just wanted to jump ship as fast as possible. Loading is a lie. Hey, it's a new CE, right? There you go. There's the 5-star female CE. Summer Lilith. They never get loading for servants, only for Cs. Yeah. Probably next year. Let's hope we get another summer, right? I'm to a large degree, I'm not gonna like yuck anyone's yum and say like you can't have these units. This summer sucks, but I'm gonna say that like I wish that some of the summer choices were better here. And I feel like there's still a bunch of like you can go back to like year 1 and year 2 units that still don't have a summer form. So it's like some of them I kind of understand, right? But others I'm like, dude, come on, man. There's no reason you haven't done this unit yet. Do you think NA gets to Tiamat? Yeah, I think so. I also, Chad, I'll say this. I think if there is actual dead time after the end of part 2, that is the prime time for like an actual catch-up arc. Whether or not we fully catch up or not, right? But we'll have to see. I hope there's not dead time. I think if FGO has dead time after part 2, like significant, right? Like not like, oh, there's a month of dead time. Yeah, we've had that before. I think it's like if you start having significant dead time on FGO, I don't think it'll be good for the game. I really think that will hurt the interest in the game overall. So I'm hoping that they hear positive feedback. But if you guys watched the other video I put out, the analysis and summary of the interviews, Mr. True Love Trouble was kind enough to live translate all of those interviews. That Nasu and Takeuchi interview is so long. But if you watched those videos, you would have heard me talk about that. What the devs are looking at is the clear rate of the final chapter. And then Takeuchi kind of like snuck in there and specified. He's like, well, we'll also look at the clear rate of Ordeal Call 4. We'll look at like how many people are ready to do the final chapter. So please do us all a favor. If you guys are watching this roll video, or if you guys are watching it live or anywhere else, get Ordeal Call 4 done. Do us all that favor, because that is what the devs are actually looking at to determine whether or not people are still interested in the story and people want more content for this game. I know to some degree some people are ready to be done after 10 years, and I think there's also like, you know, the perpetual FGO haters that exist outside of the fandom that are like always wanting to wish it ill and see it crash and burn. But like, I think like for most of us that have been playing the game for a long time, it's a culture at this point. It's a lifestyle. We like it. We enjoy it. We just want more. And so it's like, yeah, I would love to see it. It's not that like I don't want to see the game improve and then make changes. I absolutely do. But dear Lord, I don't want to see like FGO just kind of drop it, or sorry, Nasu drop FGO like it's a bad habit. And to be fair, even he kind of expressed in the interview that he would not do that. So I don't think that's going to happen, but I want to see them continue at least like at the pace that they're at. I think if they slow up more than the pace that they're at, oh boy, it's not going to be good for FGO if they do that. That one tweet saying how FGO has bad low star units. You know, in a weird way, that tweet makes more sense nowadays than it ever did in the past. FGO has always had really good low star units, but like we're at a point where like 90 like plus and like, you know, like 100 star and all that stuff, it's like it gets really difficult, I think, to use a low star unit in some of that now. So there's maybe some merit to it, but that just it's kind of more of a moratorium on like how much they've power crept the game in the 5-star department, rather than like, oh, the 3 stars and lower are bad. They've had to scale the game's content up so much to try and keep pace. Because if they don't, people don't roll for additional MP levels, and I think they know that. You'll only give more content if people actually bother with the content they already have. Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't think that's like an absurd stance of them either, because it's like, why should we bother with part 3 when y'all aren't done with part 2? I think it's a fair criticism. But I'm also going to say, like, this is totally, like, up Nasu's alley. He would absolutely tell us that he's, like, not going to work on stuff in the future. And then he would just, like come New Year's, all of a sudden, there's a new thing that comes out, and we're all like, oh, he did do it. Like, yeah, that's typical for Nasu. He does that all the time. Is anyone counting the rolls? That's a good question. I am not. I don't know if I currently have an active moderator here besides myself. I know Bob is kind of lurking, but you're rolling? Yes. Huh? See, chat? See? But you already got Tiamat. I did. I have a conspiracy theory that they punted this summer intentionally to milk future summers to keep the game running. They punted this summer intent. What do you mean? What do you mean by punted this summer? Like I need specification. 1 cent quarts. 2 cent quarts. Nasu is the guys who always complain about their job, but does it anyways and secretly likes it. Yeah, dude, I totally understand. Okay, like as somebody that streams as a hobby, I love streaming. It's great. It is so much work. When people give you this crap of, oh, streaming's not hard. Streaming doesn't take a lot of work. Dude, they're either the most like naive beginner streamer, or they're the most like well off, I pay everybody to do everything for me. Like, to your average streamer, streaming is a lot of work. There's a lot that goes into it if you want to be successful with it. Including, I am constantly content brained. This summer's lineup is good, just maybe not for the people in this community. I actually take that comment as an insult. And I want you to understand that, Field. I really do. Like, because I'm not calling this summer bad. I'm saying I'm disappointed in it. But the rest of chat, if I actually said this summer's bad, the rest of chat would literally all get out their pitchforks and burn my house down. So we are not a hive mind here. Probably not Lilith this year, but Nasu would absolutely fast track her. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to do Lilith this year. Obviously, she just came out, right? Like, if they had made her the anniversary unit, maybe, but. I was responding to another chatter's comment. Okay. But yeah, look, this happens every summer. There's always somebody that's bummed out about it, right? It is what it is. What? Assassin? Huh? What? I can't even huh? That's a NP2 spook. She already spooked me earlier this year. That's like the second spook I've gotten of her. Okay. Well, she's probably my best AoE assassin now. Guess I need to go level her up. Actually, I think she's already leveled, but I don't think I've skilled her yet. She spooked me too on this banner. Oh my god. I swear that there is like hidden rate ups for stuff like that. And I say it's a hidden rate up, but it's probably more like the RNG seed that everyone gets is like naturally giving you certain units. Because I've noticed across the years that like, if I'm ever rolling on stream, there is always a handful of people like, oh yeah, I got spooked by that too. And it's like, don't get me wrong, finding like one other person that got spooked by it is a thing. But like finding a ton? That's a little bit less likely. I think she likes you, Cad. Yeah, my JP account has some insane luck, both good and bad. So it is what it is. But punting summer probably meant that they took better units and saved them for the future when they may not be making as much money. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that's a theory, and I don't think that's unique to this summer. I think that's something they've done throughout all of time, since the original summer, right? Like they have always kept a couple of units in reserve, it felt like. Now, my point is, hey, there's maybe a point where you can start doing some of those other units. Well, that could have been a second Tiamat, man. And this entire time, we still haven't seen a 4-star. What is going on? Cat, is Summer Tiamat the quick Merlin we needed, or is it split quick up arts a letdown? It's not a letdown, but it's also not the quick Merlin. I do think you'll eventually probably see something pretty close to a quick Merlin, though. You'll probably see somebody that actually is like healing over time or max HP up. You'll probably see somebody that's like maybe charge per turn, and then maybe some form of hard survivability. Like, in a weird way, I'm gonna say this, that like, hey, it's nice that like Tiamat has the stars per turn, right? But once you get a quick comp rolling, you don't actually need it. A lot of the times you're sitting there and you're just carding so much that like you are just absolutely raking in the stars. So I feel like if you were gonna have a quick sustain unit, you almost wouldn't need it to have stars per turn. What is going on? What? What is my 5-star rate? Why do I not get a 4-star? Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely good. I'm not complaining about the 5-star. I'm more like, how have I gotten 3 5-stars before I've seen a 4-star? I think a quick comp would like a no gauge per turn instead of stars. What do you think instead? Oh, NP gauge per turn instead of stars. Yeah, that's basically what I was just talking about. Like, I think forced charge per turn would be a lot better for quick than overall like stars per turn, because a lot of the times quick comps just don't need stars. Though to a degree, we're also at the point where none of the other card types do either, so. I think Tiamat's telling me something, maybe. Maybe. It happens, Cad. Don't get me wrong, it definitely does. I've rolled enough to know that it happens. What's weird is this has happened to me like several times in rapid succession. Like this is all of my recent banners that, ooh, yes. All of my recent banners that I have rolled have kind of been really lopsided towards the 5-stars. And I don't know why. Haley Squirtle will actually pull off some work on the duel. Oh yeah, dude, she's gonna absolutely slap. Crane is upset that you said you wanted the older version of her. She's pouting on the throne right now. I guess. I feel like I would get along with Crane really well. Because she's very arts and crafty. And she also likes to just absolutely degen and like obsess over women. Desire sensor detected that you said NP1 Tiamat would do. They're proving you wrong. You're not wrong. NP2 is a good stopping point for mommy. I personally wouldn't go higher than NP3. I don't think it matters. I saw people in chat while I was going through the video like, oh my god, NP2 is really good for us. Like, no, chat, NP1 is where you get like 90% of her functionality. Like, getting the higher NP levels, each successive one just is more quick and arcs up. That's the way to look at it. So there's no like, oh, this is the good break point. It's just, you just keep going at that point. Not that you have to. Just, it is what it is. Yes, but 70% quick up at MP5. Right, that's the point I'm making. It's like, at that point, you're kind of buffing Like realistically, at 70% quick up, chat, you're now buffing as much as Summer Scotty is. Like, because if you guys remember, Summer Scotty has the second skill that also gives quick up. So you're as good basically at that point. Oh yeah, you're talking about the fact that that Gudaku and stuff appear in Summer Tiamat's attacks. So the driving the Summer Barcast truck is a fan theory. You don't actually see them, but appearing in the Summer Tiamat like attacks is really interesting. Kat, I feel like I always catch your roll streams. I'm doing a lot of rolling lately. It's just there's a lot of banners right now, so I'd be kind of interested in a support who gives something like +1 hit to servant cards for a turn. That'd be really interesting. I agree. That'd also be a nightmare for me to model. Like, so in a weird way, the player in me is like, "Ooh, that's interesting. I'd like to see that." The content creator in me is like, "God, no, please, no." But I also am like, I don't know how you would balance something like that either, because I think like a lot of the times we've been talking about like what quick needs. It oftentimes comes with the idea that like anything else you do just makes another card type stronger unless you limit it to quick. So like for instance, Summer Tiamat here just is yet another option for arts. It just makes art stronger. Thankfully, it also makes quick stronger. But it's like there's a point where you have to go like, okay, at what point are we making the rich richer just to make ourselves a little bit of money, right? Almost like Cad will roll for his enjoyment. I do. I definitely do. Chad SS versus Virgin Summer Team. It's canon. It's mentioned in Summer Barcast servant profile. Oh, is it really? Okay, that I didn't realize. I always thought it was a fan theory. I just know like they're not actually depicted in the NP. End of part 2, we get Master as a Servant. You do realize what that implies, right? They can drink, just choose not to. Yeah, they don't really comment too much on the age. And to be fair, I understand why. It's because the protagonist is supposed to be an everyman character. They don't want you to feel like you don't empathize with the character because it's not like synonymous with you. Arts crit refunds are nutty. Oh, I'm sure it is. It's 300%. Woohoo. Do you think Archer is the next Grand or Casters? Next one is Writers, as far as I know. Got their large vehicle license in a hurry. That's amazing. He must make me a quick arts buffer. Yeah, that like I'm not gonna say you couldn't use a buster unit in the system. It's just less optimal. And Emiified Ritsuka's not a bad idea. I think narratively it is. It's just you're implying that the main protagonist dies, and then therefore we have to have a replacement protagonist, chat. Though I wouldn't hate the idea of like replacing the original protagonist and then like you're able to like design your own protagonist or something. That'd be kind of cool. Where it's like now everybody can have their own unique avatar. Make it more customizable, more interactive. Could always be an FS and Archer situation. Yeah. I mean, just Archer's also just kind of dead inside. Like, I'm trying to think of like a proper way to word this, but like, quite literally, it's like you go join the counter force, your life is forfeit. Like, Seal, 2 times Summer Tiamat, plug suit, Summer BB. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff you can do with that. And I think like the idea of plug suiting in a fourth unit is like kind of wild. Though you do need to understand that you need to do that probably before you adjust anything else. So like I wouldn't pop any of like Tiamat stuff until you have done the rotation. Probably, Tom. Part 3 being Kadok Redemption arc. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Tiamat further shits on single target archers. Kind of. Single target archers, let's just be honest, single target archers are kind of dead. Like, if your name is not Squirtoria, good luck standing out from the pack. How does it feel driving your new car versus your 20-year-old Forerunner? It definitely drives smoother. It definitely has a lot more power, and the technology I'm still getting used to. Like, for instance, I can now, like, chat, did you guys know that you can have Bluetooth in your car? It's insane. Like, that's how far behind technologically I was. Life, morals, actions. People gonna stop forgetting why he does what he does in FSN. Oh yeah, there's always these criticisms of Shiro in general for that, and it's like, of course, people criticize Shiro for like wanting to be a hero. The people that usually criticize Shiro literally have no morals themselves. They cannot fathom doing anything selflessly. Use Seal to force the cards, then plug suit BB in Tiamat after. Then Tiamat after. Wait. Okay. You do realize that would give you all BB cards, right? Or you would break the BB card lock. Wait till you discover GPS? No, I've had GPS. I'm kind of picturing Cad staring at his new car's touchscreen's mystified. No, it's so like intuitive. It's easy for me to get around in. There's just certain things that I don't know how to do yet. Bluetooth in cars has been in for 10 plus years. I'm aware. I just didn't have a newer car than 10 years old. Oh, nice. Has less than 90k miles on it. Yeah, there's no real reason to get rid of it. Not as long as it's holding up. Do you feel like you just upgraded to a Starship, Cad? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It is to date myself with a very old movie reference here. It is as if I got into an alien spaceship like in Flight of the Navigator. That is what it feels like. Did you just use the same excuse you use whenever you play a new sandbox survival game? I just don't know how to do it yet. Correct. Yeah, 100%. Hey, chat. there's a point where I go like, inevitably, I will figure this out. It's only a matter of time. Like, for instance, I stopped playing Battlefield 6 beta this weekend because I wasn't really having fun with it. And like the thought occurred to me, it's like I could keep doing this and I could learn and I could get a whole lot better with the game. But I realized it's like I was not actually having that much fun. And I was just like, all right, like I'm just not going to play the beta anymore. It'll just piss me off more. So I was just like, whatever, I'll just wait. We'll wait till October. We'll see how the game launches and judge it based off that. Personally, not a fan of all the touchscreens in new cars. Yeah, I do agree with that. Though at least the car that I drive has like a little dial that like I don't really have to like reach all the way up to touch it. I can just kind of like sit there on the side and do it. Do you miss knobs on your dash? I still have like one or two, but yes, kind of. Thought you were gonna make a Demolition Man reference? No. Murder, death, kill. Did you have a CD player in your old car, Cad? I had a 6-disc CD changer in my old car. And a cassette player. I bet you guys don't know about that. I go to Yangby against Fire Maria. I struggle to mention that off the top of my head because I'd have to look at it. I have not looked at anything with Flame Marie yet. Like, I mean, I obviously did it on JP, but I don't remember her exact gimmick, so. But I'll be able to tell you tomorrow, probably. Damn, does your old car come with a phonograph too? Yes. That was actually the crank on the back. I forgot to save a teapot, so I'm going to wait until then. That's fine. My first truck that lasted 20 years had a cassette player. Missed that thing. Dude, like, there is still some part of me that is like, God, I miss my old car. Like, it was such a good car. I loved that car. Like, my old 4Runner was great, dude. It is what it is. It's like there's a point where you just got to move on, right? Does your cassette player eat the tape if you rewind it? No, I never had that issue with it. I assume, like, mine was one of probably the last cassette players to go into a car, so they probably had that part figured out. Though I gotta be honest, I did not use really. I think I maybe used like once or twice in the entire life of the car. It was death by deer. Oh, yikes! Now I joke that so my dad has the family Suburban that we, like, all of us kids learned to drive in that car. And I was showing the car to some new like coworkers of mine and stuff, and like just talking with them about it. And like one of my coworkers was like, "Oh my god, like we have a car that's like I've never seen a car that has more miles than mine." And it was like, I think they're saying like 230,000. I was like, that is a lot, right? Like, but I was like, it's like, just so you know, my dad has a car that we basically refer to as the Sub, and we say that it is on its return flight from the moon. So chat, feel free to go look up how far the distance is to Earth's moon. and then understand it's about halfway back. Have you ever had an A-track player? Ooh, I don't think I ever did. I think those were a little bit before my time. Yeah, that is insane. Yes. Yes, it is. 238,900 miles. Yep. $169 to be about half. Yeah, it's somewhere like 370,000 miles. That car is just a beast, and it still functions. My dad occasionally like cranks it up and drives it around the neighborhood to make sure it still works. I don't know why he doesn't keep it. He should at this point get rid of it because it's definitely an antique. So, in fact, I think my car was only like 4 or 5 years off from being able to be designated. Oh my God. Finally. So, yes. Thank God we at least got out of this with a Miss Crane. The sad part is I kind of want that NP2 of her. Holy crap, a 4-star. What is that? I've never seen it before. What is this 4-star rarity? I thought FG only had 5 stars and then 3-star and lower. Congratulations, Ken. Thank you. Talking about cars as her catalyst? I doubt it. Because we've been talking about cars for a while. This is your first? Wow. Yeah, she had not shown up. Like, NP2 Crane, huh? That sounds like NP5 Tiamat. Please don't. I don't want to be in this banner like forever. Accidentally burned my second crane, so she's only MP1 now. Oh, dude, that sucks. Interesting. I feel like she said something about her being skinny there. And one spooter, yes. I burned a couple servants in a row. Now I'm paranoid. Oh, no. Cat, what's your favorite servant design other than Lartoria? Lulter. You made the question too easy, chat. We're getting Evocation Festival Part 4 in a few days, right? I don't think it's till September, but I may be wrong. Do I take song requests? Chat can song request, but it's usually sub only. If you're asking me, can I sing? I can. I don't normally. Ask what's your favorite male servant? Bedivere. Gotta love the Mortal Kombat theme. Put on some Creed and Cat will sing his heart out. At least the lyrics I can understand of it. It's like, oh god, what's the other rock band that sounds so like Creed and Pearl Jam sound really similar to me at times. I just want a King Arthur CAD audiobook. Oh, nice. That'd be a nice one. Stone Temple Pilots could be in there too. At least STP has a little bit of a different sound, I would argue. How do I song request? It's !SR and then the link. Though there are some restrictions as to what can be put in there. What two actors would you breed to make an Artoria IRL? Do they have to be actors? Because I hate to say it, there are not enough like actual hot blondes in Hollywood. At least that would have a good enough personality. Like, yeah, like maybe like Scarlett Johansson and chat, who's the jeans girl that everyone's up in arms about? Sydney Sweeney, yeah. That maybe be the closest. I don't know. Yeah, there's not enough personality and enough like actual personality. Oh, Nason likes you, Cat. Hey, I'll take the third copy. I just like where's the 4 stars? Akido, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Imagine a Netflix live action. I can guarantee she won't be blonde, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like, I hate to say it, but Hollywood has gone so far in the opposite direction. And it's like, I feel like it's so rare to see like an actually attractive lead actress now. Like there's somewhere it's like they look okay. But there's plenty where I'm like, I am not in any way, shape, or form endeared to you at all. You're a character, you exist on the screen, and you don't make me think, wow, this guy should totally be doing all this stuff to try to win you over. Can't wait for permanent gold unit in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I think when I got the first copy, I was like, oh, you know, now it'll just be pretty easy getting the 4 stars, but this is how this goes. Sometimes you just don't get the 4 stars easy. I don't see enough movies to have an opinion. I watched the Superman movie the other day, because it's out on pay-per-view / like rent. And it was okay. Like, I actually like the lead actor as Superman. There were some plot holes in the movie. And there were some things that I thought were dumb. But then there were also some good things. I love pay-per-view. Yeah, it totally is pay-per-view, right? Like, at least in the strictest definition of the word or the term. I was waiting for the YouTube release. Oh, I didn't watch it on YouTube or any We'll just leave it at that. The parent thing is dumb from what I understand. Yes. Yeah, the parent thing is my big issue with the movie. I will say this. Ma and Pa Kent. I really hated the portrayal of Ma Kent. That was awful. And that should have never made it into the movie. And they should remove that from the movie. Pa Kent, on the other hand, he was great. I actually thought Pa Kent was like, that was one of the better renditions of Pa Kent that I had seen. Rachel Brosnahan is pretty cute. She is, but you see me like wincing. It's like, I don't know what it is, but she strikes me as someone that is like a complete and total bitch behind the scenes. Or at least she plays that part really good. I didn't know you were part of Luffy's crew, Cad. Yes. Yes, I am. I still hate Snyder's Pa Kent. Yeah, like I actually really like that he had a really strong message for Clark, right? Like, it was at the point in the movie where Clark's kind of like lost his way, and Pa Kent just like laid down the sage wisdom on him, and it was like, damn, bro. Snyder didn't understand Superman ammo. Yeah, I think I'm dead serious with this. I think the only thing that it really grated me about this movie was that it felt like Superman was kind of a pushover for most of the movie. Like, basically, people were faster than him, people were stronger than him, and I was like, this is kind of dumb. Like, but beyond that, as long as I could suspend that, like, disbelief, the movie was a good movie. And, like, there is a reason for most of it, at least in the end. Part of the reason I think I'll like the new movies because it's close to the comics. I actually hated the intro to the movie. It was one of the weirdest intros to a superhero movie I've ever seen. And you'll, like, if you guys haven't watched it yet, you'll know exactly what I mean when you see it. You'll just be like, huh? This is how they started out? But it is what it is. Oh, nice. Getting more of the 5-star C. Snyder thinks he's Jesus, but he's a Moses figure. Jesus as opposed to a Moses figure. I don't like either of those allegories. Like, I do get what you're saying, but I don't know that I care for the comparison. They nerfed him for plot. It's hard to create meaningful physical threat without kryptonite or overpowered enemies. Yeah. And that is like, that's why I was able to suspend my disbelief. It's, you know, like, if it's a Superman movie, they're gonna have to, like, come up with a way that, like, Superman doesn't just immediately win. So, like, in that regard, I understand. There were just at least a couple of points in the movie where it was like, no, that shouldn't have happened. So it was like, it was pure plot convenience. Like, there's the concept of plot armor, chat, and it was more like the inverse. It was like a gaping hole in the plot armor. Tucson's so awesome. He is. Kat, do you think they'll build a new DC verse on this Clark version and the Batman version we got recently? I would find it hilarious. I don't really care. I'll say this. I've always been a DC fanboy more than Marvel. Like, growing up, I was familiar with the DC heroes. I knew nothing about Marvel. Then the Marvel cinematic universe started being a thing, and I learned a lot more about Marvel, and I liked Marvel. But I think I still prefer the DC heroes. It's just a lot of the more modern movies have just not been that good, in my opinion. Like, it's not like they're bad, but most of them are just kind of meh to me. And it also just felt like they were kind of just throwing a movie out just to throw a movie out. Like, they were just trying to retain the rights rather than them actually having a coherent vision for it. So if they're saying, hey, we want to have a coherent vision for all of this now, good. I hope so. Like, it may not be 100% what everyone wants. It may not be to everyone's cup of tea, but I think it's better if they have a coherent vision than just meandering all around. DC does make good cartoon movies, yeah. I think they aren't going to do a full crossover in the next few years. Probably not. Superman was a breath of fresh air compared to old DC and new Marvel. I do agree with that. In a weird way, chat, there were plenty of things I disliked about the movie, and I still came away feeling like the movie was a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. I still felt like the movie was worth a watch, and I still enjoyed my time watching it. That's the best review I can give you of it. And a lot of that is just the inclusion of characters that, frankly speaking, you would never see included in old DC movies. You mean you didn't like Shazam 2? Honestly, I haven't seen Shazam or Shazam 2, so. That interview is so nice. Oh, yeah. Marvel is great at canceling shit like Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I, for the life of me, do not understand why Marvel cannot just get rid of one of their actors and replace it with a new one. I understand where it's when it's things God, what's his face? Iron Man chat. I keep thinking Johnny Depp, and I know it's not Johnny Depp. It's what's his name? Robert Downey. Thank you. Yeah, I understand when it's Robert Downey Jr., you can't just get rid of him. That's fine. I agree. But with stuff like Kang, dude, what the fuck? The debate is so real. I think I already have her at MP5, so that's sadly a rare prism. But it's I think when it comes to things like Kang and T'Challa, okay, in one case the actor did a really bad thing and you should probably replace him. In the other case, the actor died and you should probably replace him. I understand wanting to do right by in T'Challa's case, you want to do right by the actor, right? But at the same time, I have zero issue with you replacing an actor that has died or that is for all intents and purposes unhireable. I don't think people would get upset about that, especially if you handle it right. So it's why Marvel has just instead gone, it is what it is. We're not doing that anymore is kind of dumb to me. And I've never understood that. But I mean, like, if I look back at like why I stopped watching Marvel movies, honestly, I think it's like to a large part they just started doing movies I just didn't care about. Like I liked Iron Man. Iron Man was a great one. I liked watching like the Avengers. That was also good too. But like, there's a point where it's like you're getting into like such out there entities like Ant-Man and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, I get that, like, if you're a huge comic book fan, that's a big deal to you. That's fine. But not every movie is going to be like Marvel's biggest movie. And so they have to understand that if they start going more and more out there, that they're going to keep getting worse and worse results, as the average viewer doesn't necessarily care about that stuff. I'd love more Iron Man. Yeah. And I'd say this, even if they replaced Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, I don't think it's the worst thing ever, as long as they get somebody that fits the part. Like, you could even do like spin-offs with it where it's like he's just included in other things. But I hate to say it, I think what wrecked the Marvel Cinematic Universe more than anything is the same thing that's kind of wrecking Hollywood. It's they are having to pay the actors way too much. And it's making the profitability of movies just tank, especially in turbulent times where like maybe the movie viewership hasn't been as good. It's like, oh, COVID happened, nobody wants to go to the movies. Yeah, maybe everybody has to tighten their belt. Good morning, Andre. Thank you for the 71. Jack, can we get some love for Andre? How you doing? Should have been War Machine or Armor Wars instead of Ironheart. Yeah, I mean, like, I know Ironheart is a thing. I think like one thing that I've noticed across the board is like people are just kind of tired of being like preached to. So it's like we can start throwing out like DEI and stuff like that all we want, but it's like in general, I think the general tone of things is that like just make a good show. And like, for instance, if you had just made a good like Ironheart show, I don't think people would have an issue with it. It's the way in which like she's functionally just a better Tony Stark that I think pisses people off. Like, and the fact that there's almost like no actual like again, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. This may be me talking out of my ass, but my understanding is like people are basically like saying like, oh yeah, Tony Stark's not even really involved in it. So it's like it just kind of makes the original guy to come up with the idea look like he's just getting ripped off. If that makes any sense. How much they borrowed from the source material since the main character was written awfully? Yeah, I couldn't tell you, so. Pretty sure the Ironheart comic bombed as well. It is what it is. Like I said, I think it's like, I've noticed there's this idea in Marvel and to a degree DC as well. It's like, one, coming from the like most basis standpoint, they want to make money. From that standpoint, they need to keep the comics fresh. So when you start considering that, it starts making sense as to like how much they're doing and why they're maybe doing some of these choices. But I think when you start getting deeper in, you start noticing it's like, oh yeah, they are pushing agendas. Oh yeah, they are trying to replace the like original hero. They are trying to like subvert existing storylines because they want to tell their story about their character, but nobody cares. And therefore, like, they try to hijack an existing story. I think that's stupid. I think most people see right through that. I think most people see what it is. And when you're somebody that's like, oh man, I love Captain America, or like, oh man, I love Iron Man. And like they replace the character with a new version of the character. You're maybe intrigued at first, but ultimately you just don't like the idea. You just wanted to see more of your favorite character. So not like I said before, it's like, oh, is Ant-Man going to be as popular as Iron Man? No. By default. So trying to make like Ant-Man hijack Iron Man storyline to make him more popular naturally wouldn't work. And the same thing I think is true of like any other like original creation or like new character. It's like you can do collabs, you can do spin-offs, you can do things, but understand popularity is kind of on a spectrum at that point. And it's like the most popular idea is popular for a reason. If you change the idea too much, it ceases to be popular. I think people like Kate Bishop, but don't quote me on that. Is that Ironheart? I like, from what I've understood, at least in the Ironheart comics, the way that she is portrayed is at least better than the show. It's like she's portrayed as somebody that ends up like working alongside Tony Stark, and like he actually helps her like figure out her own suit and stuff like that, as opposed to, at least in this show, it's almost the inverse. It's like she doesn't need no Tony Stark. I don't know. Like I said, I have not watched. This is just kind of me hearing all of this third hand. So, or have characters coexist like Peter and Miles. I think you can do that, but I think if you have a character that, like, if two characters are trying to coexist, especially like in the case of Peter and Miles, and they are like similar characters, you have to be very, very careful to give them each like equal billing and to not make one seem like they're like way better than the other, unless there is like a lore justification for it, like a master and an apprentice, right? Like that I understand. My understanding is, at least of recent portrayals of Peter and Miles, that they keep making Peter look worthless and they keep making Miles look perfect. And I think, like, if you're a fan of Spider-Man, that probably doesn't make you happy. Like, not that people dislike Miles, I think Miles is a great character. But I think, like, when people start noticing this, they start noticing favoritism. And again, it's like if your favorite is the other character, you don't want to see the other character get favoritism. They bombed because the new characters weren't interesting and it was mostly moral grandstanding. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like a little bit, it's trying to tell more modern stories with their modern sensibilities that they think is better than the older stories, right? The problem with this is, why are the old stories popular? Why are they classics? Why do people keep returning to them? Because there are certain storylines that are just, they're timeless. They're really good. And you can tell a more modern story, but it needs to be a modern adaptation of some of those original themes. The more you try to branch out and do new and unique stuff, I'm not going to say you can't be successful, but the more you're going to be walking on like pins and needles trying to get it just perfectly right. People always say I want to read Spider-Man and always think of Peter Parker, never Miles Morales, because Miles Morales will always be known as Miles Morales rather than being known as Spider-Man. Yeah, I do agree with that. And so, like, Miles Morales is his own character. He is popular, but he's not Spider-Man. And if people want more Spider-Man, that's what they want. If people want more Miles Morales, that's who they want. There's no relation between Tony Stark and Riri Williams. So wait, who's Kate then? Because I'm getting confused as you guys are talking about it. They keep giving Miles new powers that don't make sense. Yeah, I've heard that too. Don't go down the road of recent portrayals of Spider-Man. Those are the dark side. We should not go there. Oh, Bob's a huge Spider-Man fan from back in the day, so I talk to Bob about some of the stuff all the time. And every time Bob describes me one of the like more recent plot lines, I sit there and I go like, someone at Marvel has a cuck fetish. Because they really want to see like Peter suffer and never get the girl. Kate is Hawkeye. Okay, thank you. Riri's Ironheart, yeah. Don't mention Paul in the company of Spider-Man fans. I'm aware. I've heard. What are the current roles like? They're great for Tiamat. They're abysmal for Crane. The current Spider-Man run is so ass. Yeah, and it's like, I'm not gonna say like I think you have to have like challenges that the hero has to overcome. I think the issue with Spider-Man is that they always make his challenges his real life, and I'm like, it's like, oh yeah, he has to fight off a villain, but he always overcomes the villain, and instead the thing he never overcomes is his real life consequences. So it's like, why don't you invert that for once, where it's like, oh, he can't beat this villain, and he's gonna have to like spend a whole long time like trying to train and improve to beat a villain, but then instead he like during that time he has the support of his friends and his girlfriend. So literally take the base Spider-Man concept and just reverse it. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. So they let Peter be happy for about 2 issues and then strip it away. Yeah. All right, chat. I think we're gonna end it here. I didn't want to go like all the way deep. There's definitely like not pity anymore on this, and we have already gotten 3 Tiamats, right, chat? So we'll leave it here for now. I'll think about whether or not I want to go deeper, but I think this is a good stopping point as it's getting late anyway. So, all right. Thank you guys for watching. Let me see who all is on. Oh, let me send you guys over to Miss Ivy. She's on playing some Babylonia, it looks like. And I will be back tomorrow. Unless there's some sort of issue. So we'll just have to see. Again, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll have plenty more stuff to do, so don't worry about it. Go give Miss Ivy my love, and have a good one.